Hi. Hey. Hello. What's up, guys? It's 5:48 p.m. on a Monday. 20926. That's the February 9th, 2026. It's 66 degrees in my house, as you can see. And I love you guys. Thank you for tuning in. It's 5:48, 66, 209 on a Monday. I love you guys. Thank you so much. And I am here to say hello. I am on very late because I spent the last 2 hours dealing with the veterinarian, and then I spent 2 hours before that just freaked out over my cat. My cat has a terrible urinary tract infection, and it's slowly killing her. And we now have the pills, which are right here. And and we're gonna take care of it and stuff. But I'm trying to do this without doxing myself. Sorry, but yeah, we got these nice pills from the vet, and we're gonna take care of her urinary tract infection. But yeah, and so I was unable to get on at noon like I wanted to. I had to deal with all of that stuff, and I'm very worried about my cat. I thought she was gonna die. And so it was like all hands on deck. We got to take care of this cat. We got to make sure she's going to be okay, you know. And it was like that today. She had to go see the vet, and so we scheduled an emergency vet meeting at 4 o'clock, and we got in, thank God, and yep, she's got a massive urine. We had her test her urine, and the vet tested her urine, and she's got a massive urinary tract infection that's killing her. And so we will be able to fix it with some simple pills, which I will go administer here in a few minutes. But yeah, and and that's that. So I am here to begin the stream and begin recording. I've got to publish from yesterday, I think. Do I have to publish from yesterday? No, I'm ready to publish, but I already uploaded, which is good. Gotta make sure these are in the right order. So I've got to pull the vid history. The one we're looking at right now is 10:50 p.m. last night for 4 hours. And then before that it was 7. So now I'm on 6. Yeah, so 7, and today I know 7, and then 8 into 9. I have 7 and 8, and I guess 7 is the one that's missing. Yes, I have 7 and 8. So 7 was 133.33. Oh no. Did I miss this somehow? So I think I uploaded 8, but I don't think I uploaded 7. 12, 29, 22. Oh no, 12, 29, 22. 133.33. How is that right? I must have done it wrong, huh? And 12, 29, 22 is. So I got 12, 29, 22. But I missed. Oh no, no, okay. I think I actually got. Yeah, so actually I got 12, 29, 22. 16, 29, 24. 3:45, 48. 7:45, 41, which was and then 3:45, 48. So, so this one, the first one is 12, 29, 22. This was 7. Yeah, this is 7. I still have to upload yesterday's, but this was 7. We're kind of playing catch up and stuff. I'm gonna drop it off the big face now. Sorry about that. Okay, going about the business of running a stream. 2-7 1 of 207. Oops, 207. Part 1 of 4. Gonna publish. $16, $29, $24 is part 2. Part 2 of 4. This was 07. Oh yeah, this was 07. Oops. Oh 03, 45, 48. Part 3 of 4. Public, publish, go. I'm publishing. Look at me go. Part 4 of 4. On strict go. Next, public go. There's all 4 of those. So that was the 7th. Now we put the 8th up from yesterday. There's the 7th. It's all up there. Then select files. Going back to the 8th, starting at 3:45, 48, and then starting with the 8th, we have a 3-parter. 7:45, 41 is the first part. Part 1 of 3. Oh, did I drop my pen? No, I didn't. Good. Okay, we're done publishing. I am chopping tree. I am full, so I will go sell, or well, I will deposit. Wow, there's a really big couple of boats here.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
He went from Corey in the house to Corey facing the big house, as Kyle Massey, former Disney Channel star, was charged with sending explicit pictures of himself to a 13-year-old girl. But Kyle claims that this was nothing more than an extortion attempt, even though his response had everyone scratching their head.
My response to those allegations are that, first off, we would need to go back.
Soon as he said first off, I knew my boy was lying. Kyle Massey is another classic example of our childhood nostalgia getting destroyed by adult criminal behavior. And today we are going to deep dive into the entire story because this one is unbelievable. Kyle Massey's entry into the entertainment industry wasn't fueled by ambition, nor was it a lifelong dream. Kyle was introduced to the business through his older brother Chris, who was best known for his role as Michael on the Nickelodeon sitcom Zoe 101.
Nice shooting.
Yeah, Zoe, that was dripping.
Kyle would tag along with his mother and his brother to auditions, which ultimately led to him auditioning and getting his first job.
It was his audition, and then they just pulled me in by accident. And once they tried to pull me in, my mom was like, "Oh, like, don't take him. Like, he not gonna act right." Yeah, my mom was like, "I don't want him ruining the chances for my son that can do the right thing."
So
right?
You acting crazy.
Yeah,
okay.
I was acting crazy. But they ended up pulling me in the audition. I ended up getting the job, and that
from
was
your brother. You took it from your brother.
Took it from my brother.
Hilarious! I didn't know that.
Crazy.
The family moved from Atlanta.
Stargate.
This other picture-in-picture is off the screens. Fucking dumb. I don't know what I'm gonna be. I'll have to go turn on my other television. I'll be right back, and I have to fix this. I'll be right back. Piece of shit software developers. We're gonna take care of you soon.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. You know what I'm gonna do in the future? I'm sick of the other screen screwing with me.
See, there it is. See, as soon as I turned on the other TV, I could see it.
To Los Angeles, where both brothers
Fucking
continued
dumb.
trying out for
Approaching
film and
Stargate.
television. Kyle nearly landed the role of Beans on the Disney Channel show Even Stevens, but instead, the executive producers of Even Stevens
So
were working
Raven.
on a show called That's So Raven and decided to give Kyle a role on that show, which ended up being one of the most successful shows in Disney Channel history. That's So Raven follows Raven Baxter, a teen girl who has psychic visions that sometimes predict the future. The show had a repetitive and predictable formula, but it was honestly genius. Every episode would essentially start with Raven having a vision of something bad, dangerous, scary, or awkward that might happen in the future. She would then spend the entire episode desperately trying to stop that outcome, only for her overreactions and interference to be the very thing that causes the vision to come true. But the reason why the show was so popular was less about the plot and more about Raven's chemistry with her best friends, Eddie and Chelsea, as well as her dynamic with her family, which included her younger brother Corey, played by Kyle Massey. Corey is introduced as a clever, mischievous kid who is always plotting on how to make quick money, impress his friends, or get one over on people.
That's a Raven!
Autopilot
Mom?
jumping.
Dad? I am so disappointed!
Very similar to the character of Megan on Drake and Josh, Corey is super confident, sometimes cocky, often believing he's outsmarted everyone around him.
Warping to station.
Hey, Corey, what's with the snorkel? How do you breathe?
I don't. That's kind of the point.
Raven and Corey's sibling rivalry revolves around the two constantly teasing and undermining one another, which felt like a relatable sibling experience that is rarely shown on TV.
Why do you always have to follow me? I was using your big head to block out the sun.
The only thing that made Corey unrealistic as a character is that he was way funnier and more charismatic than a real-life younger brother.
Hand over the phone, worm.
Station.
Don't look at me, the boy is good.
And my nickname isn't Worm or Maggie, it's Dr. Love.
But despite Corey and Raven
Dr.
constantly
Love.
bickering and fighting, they have deep familial, unconditional love for each other.
Corey, I never thought I'd say this, but I'm so proud of you. I never thought I'd say this. Thanks for having my back.
That's So Raven was a massive hit from the beginning, debuting to 3.4 million viewers, which was higher than any Disney original series premiere at that time. It continued to grow drastically. Even a random episode deep into season 3 would secure as much as 5 million viewers. The show and cast were nominated for various awards over 30 times. They wrote books based around the show, sold video games, and even were nominated for 2 Emmys. After 100 episodes, That's So Raven redefined the Disney Channel, and executives were trying to milk Raven-Symoné's popularity for as long as possible,
Docking
which ended
permission
up benefiting
requested.
Kyle
Docking
Massey
request
significantly.
accepted.
Disney
Docking
Channel
permission
executives
requested.
pitched That's So Raven 2, which was going to be a show that follows Raven to
Autopilot
college, but
set.
Raven had been working in the entertainment industry since she was 3 years old and wanted to retire by age 18, so she ultimately decided not to take on a new role, which forced the network to shift focus and develop a spin-off around Kyle Massey instead. But first, picture this. You're about to board a plane and you notice one of the engines is smoking. There's a good reason that you wouldn't trust that plane. Just like there's a reason why Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm. Morgan & Morgan has a proven track record of fighting for the people for over 35
What's the burning
years. With over
plane have to
$30
do
billion
with it?
recovered for their clients, Morgan & Morgan knows a thing or two about fighting to get you the compensation you deserve. Hiring Morgan & Morgan is like hiring an army to go into battle. They've got more than 1,000 lawyers and 100 offices nationwide. If you're injured by someone else's negligence, you deserve to be paid. Hire the wrong one and you may be beat before you even start. If you're ever injured, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. For more information, you can go to forthepeople.com/Patrick. Corey in the House follows Corey Baxter as he leaves San Francisco and moves to Washington, D.C. to live in the White House. Corey's father, Victor Baxter, is hired as the personal chef to the President of the United States. As soon as he gets there, Corey wastes no time getting into trouble, but the chaos is more ridiculous because they are inside the most powerful government building in the world.
And there's the state.
All right, back up. I've got some work to do, okay? I am going to fix this with Crema Parum's old-timey Bahavian stain remover. A splash of yak milk.
Corey's plans usually clash with the strict rules and routines of presidential life, leading to comedic situations involving Secret Service agents and the presidential family.
He could lick my hand all day.
While Corey in the House was not as popular nor culturally iconic as That's So Raven, it maintained solid cable ratings. Sometimes it would rank as the network's most watched show for that week. The show was originally planned for 3 seasons, however, during the filming of a season 2 episode in which Corey goes overboard on a large boat, an accident occurred. Because the boat was rented, the crew couldn't make the usual modifications to ensure safety while filming. The plan was for Kyle to say his lines at the edge of the boat, then a stunt person would step in to leap off the side of the boat and drop onto a stack of thick padded mats below. Instead, Kyle jumped over the edge of the boat himself. Kyle thought it would be really funny if he did the fall. When Kyle fell off the boat, he hit the mat at an angle, rolling off and smashing his head on the concrete soundstage floor. He was rushed to the hospital. Once medically cleared, Massey returned to shoot more episodes for the season, but the show would ultimately be canceled for other reasons. And that's because at this time, the 2007 and 8 Writers Guild of America strike began, where TV and film writers refused to work due to being paid scraps compared to the massive profits the studios were making. The strike lasted 100 days and brought Hollywood to a standstill. Television shows shut down production, seasons got shortened or canceled, and scripted TV mostly disappeared for months while reality shows rushed in to fill the gap. Corey in the House was one of those shows that essentially ended because of the strike. In the end, Disney Channel aired 34 episodes of the show, but now Kyle Massey's future in Hollywood was uncertain. Like many child stars, Kyle was too associated with his youthful, exaggerated, safe, Disney-like persona, making it difficult for studios to cast him or market him as an adult. In 2010, he competed on the 11th season of Dancing with the Stars, where he and professional partner Lacey Schwimmer finished as runners-up in the competition. Still eager for work, he ended up taking on more family-friendly type jobs, securing a role on a Disney animated series called Fish Hooks, where he voiced a fish named Milo. The show ran from 2010 to 2014, which was a consistent
That's good work if you can get it.
paycheck, but not exactly an illustrious Hollywood career. And like other former Disney stars, the press becomes thirsty for a shock-driven narrative. Leaked photos, exaggerated scandals, and rumors so they can say, remember this kid? Look how far they've fallen. Desperate for drama, rumors persisted that Kyle was dying from cancer. Kyle told ET, overnight it was trending on Twitter that I'm dying of cancer. I want to say first, I do not have cancer, and I don't know where this inconsiderate and insensitive rumor originated from. And looking back on this, I think another reason why rumors were being spread about Kyle Massey was because of his developing close relationship with Justin Bieber. Justin and Kyle developed a bond over them both being famous since a very young age.
Why are you always so burnt? Is what I want to know.
Shut up, bro. I'm not burnt, nigga. Burnt niggas don't eat filet.
Justin was likely a huge help in launching Kyle's rap career because his acting career wasn't working out. He got roles in a few direct-to-DVD films and TV shows like the superhero crime drama Gotham, as well as a recurring role in Cartoon Network's Mighty Magiswords. But Kyle still had the jovial, lovable kid persona and
Magiswords, you mean?
round baby face even as he aged into adulthood. And since he wasn't able to prove that he was all grown up on TV, he decided to pursue music, uploading hip-hop tracks to SoundCloud where he raps about having sex with women and getting money.
That's him.
Now I'm assuming that him becoming essentially a part of Justin Bieber's entourage is what helped him get connected with very successful artists, because he had a relative amount of success in music. He produced a song called Hard Work for French Montana in 2015, as well as featured on a song called Syrup with Soulja Boy. Then again, the rapper lifestyle can come with its own set of risks, and Kyle and his brother Chris would find that out the hard way. Chris was also frequently posted up in the studio with rappers and producers. At this point, I'm not sure if he was actually making any music or if he was just in there for the lifestyle, but he was definitely entrenched in the music industry. And in November of 2014, Chris Massey was throwing a party at his penthouse apartment when he asked rapper rapper Lil Twist to leave following an argument. Twist reportedly left, but returned roughly 30 minutes later with 4 other men and forced their way back inside. Once inside, they attacked Chris, reportedly beating him with brass knuckles, humiliating him, and stealing his wallet and cell phone. Chris required medical attention for his injuries, but denied speaking to the media. Twist was charged with 6 felonies, including burglary, battery, grand theft, criminal threats, and multiple counts of assault with a deadly weapon. He eventually pleaded no contest, but was sentenced to 1 year in jail in 2016, followed by probation. It was now the mid-2010s, and Kyle Massey was stuck in a situation most people can't relate to. His full-time job at this point seemed to be flying around the world with Justin Bieber, going to shows and concerts with him, partying with rappers and models, and witnessing the business deals Bieber was securing. Kyle was living the lifestyle of being extremely famous and successful, but as we know, he didn't have any current major film or TV roles to justify cozying up with the Kardashians, but rather that he was tagging alongside the biggest pop star of the 2010s. However, that almost changed in the summer of 2015 when Raven-Symoné and the original main cast of That's So Raven reunited in an appearance on The View. Notice how the interviewer asks what Kyle is working on, but he doesn't answer the question.
Actually, since That's So Raven, you went on to do a bunch of other shows and you came in 2nd place on Dancing with the Stars, which is like awesome. So exciting. What are you working on now?
Well, I mean, I have a lot of different projects.
Oh my God.
Oh, yeah.
People suspected that since the cast was reunited and Disney Channel was leaning into reboots after finding success with Girl Meets World, that maybe a That's So Raven reboot was coming, and we would later find out that it was. Only Kyle was not going to be invited. Even worse, he would also be accused of promising a 13-year-old girl that he could get her a role on that show, and would be charged with sending explicit pictures of himself to that child. The victim, who wasn't named due to her age, claimed she met Kyle when she was 4 years old, meaning Kyle was 18 or 19 and 2 years removed from the end of Cory in the House. Interested in pursuing a career in entertainment, she remained in contact with him, and Massey became close with her and her family. He later suggested that she travel from Seattle, Washington to live with him and his girlfriend in LA. The girl and her mother say Kyle held himself out as a father figure to her, and their contact increased in November 2018 when the girl expressed interest in a role on the rebooted version of That's So Raven. Raven's Home was the official spin-off that premiered in the summer of 2017 and followed a similar plot as the original. Raven Baxter is now an adult single mother living in Chicago with her twin children, Booker and Nia, who have inherited her psychic abilities. The show reunites Raven with her best friend Chelsea and her father Victor, along with appearances by many other familiar characters from the original series. However, Orlando Brown and Kyle Massey were left out. Massey told Perez Hilton, "As far as That's So Raven 2, I'm not really sure what part I will play in the show, if any. I spoke with Raven a few weeks ago, but we haven't officially secured anything yet. I would always be down to do a guest spot on her show. Raven can make it happen. Hell, who knows? I might have to bring Cory in the House back with a fake Donald Trump as president. You never know. Just know it's always a party when you get the gang back together."
What?
It was clear that
What is fake Donald Trump as president?
that Kyle Massey didn't just want this opportunity, he needed it. However, he would never get a role on Raven's Home, nor would he get a reboot of his own show, and maybe that's a good thing. Massey's contact with the underage victim increased heavily in November of 2018 because during that same month, the 3rd season of Raven's Home planned on adding several new female characters ranging from 11 to 13 years old. Because Kyle had been a part of the original show, the alleged victim likely assumed that he had the connections necessary to help her get a role. And this is when Kyle contacted the girl's mother to invite the girl to stay with him and his girlfriend in Los Angeles so he could help her find an agent. However, a month later, he allegedly added the girl as a friend on Snapchat and shortly after sent her numerous explicit text messages, images, and videos. When the allegations went public, Massey firmly denied any wrongdoing. No child should ever be exposed to explicit materials, and I unequivocally and categorically deny any alleged misconduct. He stated that in early 2019, the plaintiff's attorneys demanded $1.5 million and threatened to go public and damage his career if he refused to comply. "My family and I reject this extortion attempt because I have faith that the legal process will reveal the truth." In response to the allegations, Kyle Massey's mother, Angel Massey, also took to social media to advocate for her son, using the hashtag #HeToo. Where's the justice for men. Women get to say stuff and do what they want and file lawsuits under Jane Doe. No, the mother's name is Kendra Andreas. My son's name is Kyle Massey. Kendra is another mother like me. Why does she not list her name in her complaint? This is hashtag he too. From there, Angel posted a few screenshots of several media outlets' coverage of the allegations against her son. Kyle Massey was accused of sending an inappropriate picture of his penis to a minor. The second image of this post from her attorneys to me and Kyle's dad clearly says Kyle sent the picture to Miss Andreas. Her daughter's last name is different. Kendra Andreas is a liar. Angel appears to suggest that the explicit material that Kyle sent was directed to the teen girl's mother and not the child. But we wouldn't get any closure on this case until 2 years later when the allegations resurfaced again in June of 2021, when he was charged with 1 count of immoral communication with a minor. The felony charge was filed in King County, Washington. Massey responded in a statement through his attorney. It is unfortunate that Kyle Massey had to learn through the media yesterday that the 2019 allegations have resurfaced in the state of Washington, a year after their dismissal. Massey's team alleged that the accusers were attempting to use the Washington courts as a platform for revenge after losing the civil matter in California. According to Massey's legal team, Kyle was never properly served or notified about this charge by the court, which is why when he didn't show up for his arraignment on July 13th, a King County judge issued a $100,000 arrest warrant, drawing even more attention to the case. Public court records later indicated that the warrant remains active, but there are no publicly available records confirming that Massey was ever taken into custody on that warrant. He said, "The date and time that they claimed they arrested me, I just so happened to be filming a TV show with the production timestamp in front of 200 witnesses." Basically, Massey is accusing the courts of lying and creating a fake arrest. According to Massey, he has never been provided booking photos, fingerprints, or jail documentation that would normally accompany an arrest. He said, "After that, they basically used that fake arrest to get me my court date that I didn't show up to that got me to my warrant." Whether this reflects an error made by the courts, a miscommunication between agencies, or a corrupt system out to get him remains unclear. But this discrepancy became central to his defense. And in a shocking twist that nobody expected, Kyle actually claimed that he was the victim of abuse from the mother of the girl that was pressing charges against him.
That mother had an inappropriate relationship with me since I was a kid, when I was 15. Now I can sit here and I can like look at you and say it without breaking down. But you gotta understand, this was like one of the hardest moments in my life because the person that took advantage of me when I was a child is now painting me as the predator.
According to his lawyer, Ariel Mitchell, Massey met the mother, Kendra Andreas, in California in 2007, 2 years before the mother claims that they met and when the actor was just 15. The claims that Massey portrayed himself as a father figure to her child are misleading, arguing that it was Miss Andreas who wanted him to fill that role. Even in the police statement, the mother says Mr. Massey was promising her, the mother, to marry her, the mother, and for them to move. The lawyer also referenced a potential witness who claimed the mother said that she was trying to get that Disney money and eventually have a baby with the actor. Kyle defended his relationship with the daughter by claiming he had a history of mentoring and supporting aspiring performers. "And I did it just out of the grace of my heart, just because I know how much I've been helped along my path. So as far as this girl, the whole me helping her situation was just another person that I was trying to help." Massey reiterated that he has been famous since the age of 8. He said that when he was a 16-year-old superstar and among the most famous African Americans in the country, he frequently met 12-year-olds with dreams, adding that many of those individuals later found success, which he attributed to his guidance. But then his story slightly changed, going from "this is absolute nonsense extortion" to "well, it was an accident." Kyle acknowledged accidentally sending the daughter what his lawyer described as an inadvertent disclosure that was not meant for the child. They said there was some accidental communication where there was something sent, and then right after it was "that wasn't for you" type of situation. But that was it. Besides that, Kyle does have a somewhat decent defense here. The mother claims Kyle met her daughter when she was 4. Well, how else would he meet a 4-year-old? Not online, that's for sure. Kyle claims that the mother pursued him, groomed him to be her partner and a father figure to the child when he was also underage, which is not that hard to believe considering the countless horror stories we have heard from previous Disney and Nickelodeon stars. So yeah, it is possible that some crazy lady saw Kyle Massey, a 15-year-old Disney star and decided to groom him and think, oh, he's probably rich and loaded and we're gonna have a family one day. It's possible. Regardless of that, Kyle initially said this entire situation was baseless extortion, then admits that he was not only communicating with this minor consistently over the course of many years, but also admitting to sending explicit material to that child, but just trying to say it was an accident and intended for the mother. So even in this messy case that's full of he said, she said, there's still an admission that something happened that never should have happened in the first place. But it's been 5 years since he received this charge, and the case against Massey hasn't been resolved, and an outcome has not been confirmed. During this time, Kyle continued to flood his Instagram with pictures of him hanging out with celebrities, rappers, and internet influencers, although he didn't post much with his longtime buddy Bieber. It seemed like he had developed enough friendships in LA or maintained just enough fame to be in the mix with new stars, but his career was far from thriving. He struggled to get anything more than an extra role on a low-budget film. He did secure a recurring role on a 2021 sitcom called Millennials that was canceled after 2 seasons, but after these allegations hit, he has not had a job in Hollywood, and he hasn't posted on social media in years. However, his old co-star Orlando Brown was not going to let him forget about what he did.
Okay, did you go to court yet, nigga? For showing your dick to that 14-year-old? Because you'll never be me, nigga. You need to go to court first and handle your problems and fix the things you do with your little dick. Okay.
These days, the only time you see Kyle on the internet is the occasional podcast, but I also noticed that he drops music consistently but doesn't tell anyone about it or promote it. One of his more recent songs was called Trumpet, which was a celebration song for Donald Trump being re-elected.
I was like, why did he mention Trump where we have a fake Trump as president?
Kyle Massey was another Disney kid who grew up inside a machine that rewarded fame before maturity, and as a result, he led a life where he failed to grow up at best and committed horrific crimes against children at worst. Whether Kyle Massey was failed by the system, the people around him, or his own decisions, the result is the same. A once childhood icon's reputation is now permanently destroyed. The craziest part is the same thing happened to his That's So Raven co-star Orlando Brown, who suffered one of the most obscure downfalls we have ever seen, but you can hear about that story in this video.
There is a popular conspiracy theory in the Fallout fandom that Todd Howard hates Fallout New Vegas. If you spent any amount of time in the Fallout community, then you've no doubt seen this sentiment expressed in forum posts, comment sections, and even YouTube videos. This conspiracy theory dates back over a decade, but with the release of Fallout Season 2, it's gained new life again. Todd so doesn't hate New Vegas, he's only completely destroyed every faction we've seen so far and emptied the effing strip. Todd Howard getting his petty revenge against Obsidian after coping for 15 years. I read in the RPG Codex forum, it even has a pic of the tweet, that Bethesda, at least the higher-ups, resent New Vegas. Apparently they don't really like the fact New Vegas gets much more praise than Fallout 3 and 4.
Fallout Season 2 has proven one thing, and one thing alone, is that there's actual validation to the claim Todd Howard hates New Vegas.
Destroying the capital city wiped out an entire empire across the state. Why did Bethesda do this? Well, a lot of people speculate it's because of the long-running rumor that they hate Fallout New Vegas because they didn't make it, Obsidian did.
Bethesda, they hate New Vegas. They hate their Fallout game got outshined by a game they didn't make. They hate that New Vegas is still considered the gold standard of Fallout storytelling, while Fallout 3, in hindsight, looks much shallower.
So where does this sentiment come from? Why would people think that the studio which published Fallout New Vegas hates the game? Today, we get to the bottom of it. What's up, everyone? Big Dan here. I make videos about RPGs, and today we're going to dive deep and go down the rabbit hole of a Fallout fan conspiracy theory. I've assembled all the evidence I could find related to this theory, and I'm gonna break it down piece by piece so that you can decide for yourself if you think it's valid. So without further ado, let's buckle up, grab some iced coffee, and find out if Bethesda truly does hate New Vegas.
War. War never changes. The Romans waged war to gather slaves and wealth.
In order to fully understand why some fans believe that Bethesda hates Fallout New Vegas, we need to go back to the beginning and define the key players in our story. Released in the late 1990s, the original Fallout games were developed by Black Isle Studios, which was the RPG division of Interplay Entertainment. Black Isle and Interplay are often used interchangeably when talking about the OG Fallout team. Fallout 1's creative development was largely driven by Tim Kaine and Leonard Boyarsky. Tim was the producer, designer, and lead programmer on Fallout 1. You can think of him as the technical guy. Meanwhile, Leonard was the art director and is responsible for conceptualizing the retro-futuristic aesthetics that came to define Fallout. He's also known for creating the iconic vault suit design.
Why blue and yellow for the vault uniforms in Fallout?
We had two colors we had to use in the palette.
Let me explain that. There were two colors he wasn't using in a very limited palette that I had supplied, and so I said if you don't use them, I'll delete them.
So I used them.
Kaine and Boyarsky would both leave Black Isle Studios early in the development of Fallout 2. They would eventually go on to form a studio called Troika Games with Jason Anderson. Troika is famous for creating the cult classic RPG Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. Interestingly, both Kaine and Boyarsky work at Obsidian Entertainment today.
I don't like a lot of these
touched the
single-player
Fallout
games.
IP since the very
New
beginning.
Vegas was good.
Fergus Urquhart served in an executive role at Interplay during the development of Fallout 1 and 2. When Interplay started to experience financial difficulties in the early 2000s, he left and co-founded Obsidian Entertainment with 4 other people, including Chris Avalon. Urquhart has served as Obsidian CEO from the company's founding until the present day, and was obviously there during the development of Fallout New Vegas. Josh Scheuer started his career at Black Isle Studios, working on Planescape Torment and Icewind Dale. While he did not work on Fallout 1 or 2, he was tasked with creating a sequel to Fallout 2, dubbed Project Van Buren. More on that in a moment. Sawyer eventually joined Obsidian and served as project director of Fallout New Vegas. He also still works at Obsidian today. Chris Avalon is considered a Fallout lore master. He got his start with the franchise as a designer on Fallout 2 and also worked on Project Van Buren. As Interplay started to collapse, he joined Fergus Urquhart to become one of the co-founders of Obsidian Entertainment. He was the lead writer on Fallout New Vegas and also basically wrote all of the expansions for the game: Dead Money, Lonesome Road, Honest Hearts, and Old World Blues. Avalon left Obsidian in 2015 and has been a freelance consultant and writer ever since. But before he left, he hit the like button on this video, and so should you. All this Fallout talk has got me looking for
In my first video about Classic Plus, I claimed that Blizzard doesn't know what Classic Plus even is, what it'll look like when they eventually release it. Today, I want to make a different claim. I don't think Blizzard understands Classic WoW. Not Classic Plus, the original one, what made it great, why people still eagerly play and replay it whenever it re-releases. They don't understand what people enjoy about the class design, the class fantasy, the long, tedious leveling experience that sends you across the world just to complete a couple quests, the friction of world buffs and the communal experience of everyone rushing over to Stranglethorn to get theirs. They don't understand the emergent mechanics of Dire Maul tribute runs or Hand of Justice farming, nor are they eager to replicate them. Blizzard is not understanding classic, vanilla. They're applying their modern retail knowledge to a game that doesn't require it. And while they may not understand it now, they could, eventually. That's where we, the players, come in. It's not uncommon, after all, for a studio to struggle with self-reflection, especially one as large and unagile as Blizzard. Waiting years for small changes and adjustments is a commonplace occurrence, and as we've seen with the current release cycles for both, or all 4, versions of WoW, Blizzard has become somewhat complacent. maybe even afraid of doing something different, risking it, innovating, and as strange as it may seem, they need to innovate with Classic Plus. It can't just be new raids, new dungeons, and some new quests and classes. That's not Classic Plus because it doesn't expand on the features that are the best part of Classic. It's just retail WoW with extra steps. Clearly, there's something about Classic that attracts people in a different way to the retail modern version, and it's not just nostalgia. I have spent many videos waxing poetic about what that may be and how I am concerned with the impending future for Classic Plus, an expanded version of the original release that will see new content be added that doesn't strictly follow the timeline systems and the cadence of the modern game. My concerns are mainly due to the fact that Blizzard has yet to showcase a firm understanding of why this 2004 or 2006 version of the game saw more traction and took the figurative spotlight away from their seasonal main game back in 2019. That's not to say Classic today is more popular, not even close, but it is fair to say that more people are paying attention to Classic even if they aren't replaying the same expansion for a third time. While I am somewhat negative, or at least worried with the state of affairs, I am confident that with enough consideration, the player base can rally together and make them understand. This requires patience, forethought, and a lot of goodwill. After all, as many old-school RuneScape players saw last year, many a WoW player visited the scenic, quaint world of Gielinor, explored its horizons, learned its intricate systems, and arguably got inspired by its continued growing success. Me, on the other hand, well, my 2-year experience with old-school RuneScape has only made me more fearful for the future of Classic. The systems that make old-school RuneScape the best MMO, maybe ever, are all the systems that WoW players seemingly hate. Long grinds, demanding skilling, professions, interconnected and cross-pollinated mechanics that push players to play, not just for the weekend, not just for a month, but for years and years. RuneScape is a life game, not a weekend detour, not a season, and it's one of the last MMOs that still captures the essence of what makes this genre special. An MMO only succeeds when enough people play it persistently. If the world feels empty in the midst of each individual patch cycle, then less people are likely to join. That's why seasonal MMOs, or at least theme park ones, are so often privy to huge spikes and then large dips in their player count. That's why they require consistent, large updates that the players chew through rapidly. Without them, the world becomes empty, hollow, and sadly, very retail. Developers are reflections of a community. For as much as it may be difficult to admit, just about every good and bad change made to World of Warcraft was done as a reaction to some kind of feedback. And feedback for a live service game is almost always fraught with negativity and a pushback against friction. A great MMO's player base should consist of people who can't always play, yet always want to play. I reject the notion that a game must respect your time by making you run dry of exciting content at unsatisfying increments. The Final Fantasy XIVification of MMO discourse has spoiled so much of this conversation for me. I hate the idea that a living world must contort itself to service people who don't or can't play it. We've seen what that has done to the genre. It hasn't done much at all. Which shouldn't be surprising. Why would anyone think that catering to people who don't play a genre reliant on having constant players somehow make it more successful? You should be theory crafting at work, sneaking texts to your friends about a cool build idea or chase item you just thought of, or telling stories of your adventures during a lunch break. You connect to a game that demands you consider it far past your playtime. I don't think I need to explain this to people who've been playing MMOs for decades. After all, we've all been kids running to school to recount our nights getting ganked in Stranglethorn Vale. Trials and tribulations, grinds and deaths and confusion make up the backbone of connection. Yet so many updates to WoW since its launch in 2004 were those of convenience, a filing down of friction masquerading as quality of life. Traversal became easier when all reagents were removed, when players could fly across the world at 3 times the speed of their ground mounts, when they could obtain ground mounts 20 levels earlier, when hundreds of quests were added and the overworld became an amalgam of questing hubs more so than a sporadic speckling of small adventures. As the game became effectively easier, simpler to begin and get into, less demanding of your time and resources, more open to just giving you what you want, the inverse of that intent began to manifest. For as easy as the game became to play, less people became invested in the game itself. To say what has seemingly become my catchphrase, friction isn't always a bad thing. If you have too much friction, nothing moves, you feel stuck. Too little, and nothing sticks to begin with. With each continuous removal of friction, it became harder and harder to stick to World of Warcraft. I don't think this is a WoW-specific issue though. This is an industry-wide burden, one that has only begun to be acknowledged. The fact that maybe, just maybe, we've gone too far. There is too little friction and games have ceased to provide an adequate reason to keep playing them. Removing all friction is an easy sell and a short-sighted solution. Worst of all, it becomes a bad habit, something I hope I can point out in an effort to help break. Speaking of bad habits though, smoking. It kills over 8 million people every year, and the great folks over at Fume are doing their best to replace a bad, unhealthy habit with a safe.
Okay, what up, friendos? Welcome back. So,
Hey,
you'll all remember in the before times, right? 2021, Facebook becomes Meta. And at this time, it was all the rage. Everyone was talking about the metaverse. The metaverse is going to be the future. Oh, cryptocurrency, NFTs, blockchain, Web3, all these buzzwords. And a lot of companies in gaming did the same thing because it's what they do. If you're publicly traded, inevitably, if something pops up that could be the future, you know, this could be the new thing that makes everyone a bunch of money, investors are going to ask, why are you not doing it? Why are you not looking into it? What's the future going to look like if these companies all get involved in this thing? You don't. We're going to be left behind. We're not going to make as much money. The company's going to be hurt. And as a result, we're going to lose money. So what are we doing about it? So everyone, you had companies like Square Enix and Ubisoft saying, oh yeah, we're definitely going to make Web3 games. Aged incredibly well, by the way. All those games did amazing. They're all still around and printing money for the company, right? That's sarcasm. They all failed spectacularly, as anyone who knew anything about anything would tell you. It was going to be the case anyway. But Meta, obviously Facebook turning into Meta, is probably one of the best examples of aged like milk in terms of rebranding a company, because they blew a reported $90 billion on trying to make this a thing. And obviously you'll remember they had this, right, the meta worlds, the Horizon worlds rather, where everyone was going to be a little floating torso, and they were going to make all these amazing worlds and these chat rooms and go and do these things, aka VR chat, by the way. But Meta's plan was to bring this to the mainstream. I don't know how they plan to do this, because VR headsets are incredibly expensive, are in no way mainstream, still in the video game world where they have more of an application. But one of the big things that they wanted to sell people on was Horizon workrooms, which never made any sense to me whatsoever. Like, if you're a business and people are going to be working remotely or whatever, why would you want to add on like hundreds of dollars for a headset for people to be in a virtual space with avatars when you can literally do this already with the equipment that they already have with Teams and, you know, slideshow presentations and things? It just doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. But they thought that this was going to be the new big thing that everyone was going to adopt. And obviously, as we see now, this failed as spectacularly as every other metaverse project. Meta is deleting Horizon Workrooms next month as Metaverse Ambitions cool. And that's obviously after spending $90 billion on this and making no headway whatsoever, because there is no audience for this thing. But what makes me laugh about this is that when they talk about it, they say Workrooms showed how Meta Horizon can help bring people together to work, collaborate and connect. It didn't. Nobody used this thing. Meta Horizon has since developed into a social platform that supports a wide range of productivity apps and tools, Meta says in the Horizon Workrooms help thread. The help thread, of course, being posted, that also comes along as saying, we're no longer supporting this, it's dead, move on to something else. And they say, as a result, Meta has made the decision to discontinue Workrooms as a standalone app, effective February 16th, 2026. And they suggest, and this is the funniest thing, because it's what people were suggesting originally anyway, of why would you buy this and why would you use it? They suggest, instead of using Workrooms, why don't you look into other apps such as Author, Microsoft Teams, Immersive, and Zoom Workplace? So why don't you use the things you already had that you were using that didn't cost a bunch of extra money that nobody asked for? Why don't you use them now after we've discontinued this thing you spent money on, right? It's just perfect. You can't write this level of fucking incompetence. But obviously, it doesn't matter to Meta, because other than the fact that they've now got a stupid name that completely failed, they still just have grown in valuation year over year and done incredibly well for themselves and their shareholders. So who cares? Obviously, if we go back in time, there was an article here on Forbes where they said, and this is the best headline to really encapsulate the level of confidence that they had in the product in 2025. So basically 3 odd years from when they began, Meta still believes in Horizon Worlds, its metaverse, but likely not for long. And in the new memo that they base this headline on, they say, we have the best portfolio of products that we've ever had in market and are pushing our advantage by launching half a dozen more AI-powered wearables. We need to drive sales, retention, and engagement across the board, but especially in MR. And Horizon Worlds on mobile absolutely has to break out for our long-term plans to have a chance. And as we know now, those long-term plans did not have a chance whatsoever. But you'll have no doubt seen some videos and some articles pop up a few years after Horizon Worlds launched, where people were saying the reported numbers from Meta were odd because they were monitoring rooms, they were looking at what was going on, and they were reporting as low as 900, which contrast what was being talked about in terms of Meta's numbers, where they were saying there was 200,000 monthly active users. But even Meta had to adjust their own expectations for this year after year, because they wanted 500,000 monthly active users, and they kept lowering this because they just couldn't hit it. So the question's always been, well, it's not really a question, but I'm going to pose it as one anyway. Obviously, when Meta started doing this, a bunch of crypto bros that were already invested in crypto tokens that were like, oh, it's the metaverse, it's going to be the future. Of course it is. This small company that has no experience in doing this, they're going to make the thing that's going to take over, and it's going to be the biggest metaverse, and it's going to be how everyone experiences the digital world, and just all these outlandish things that you could only believe if you'd drank the Kool-Aid or you were an actual educationally subnormal individual. I can't see any other alternative, unless you were involved and you were just lying to people to make money. I guess that's the alternative. But a lot of these people bought into these things. Axie Infinity is going to be the metaverse. The Sandbox is going to be the metaverse. Decentraland is going to be the metaverse. The Ape metaverse, all these things, which
up a little bit.
Obviously at the time, I mean, it was always stupid, but if you looked at it at the time and you said, oh, your metaverse is going to be better than Facebook's metaverse, than Epic Games looking into the metaverse, if Google was to do something, like these companies that control a large portion of the internet, that are, they have more money than God for all intents and purposes, they're looking at these things with tens of hundreds of billions of dollars, with hundreds, thousands of employees working on it. Their proposition is likely to fail, but your tiny company with crypto people money is going to somehow succeed. And obviously, as we found, when we were calling these people stupid and they were saying, oh, you'll all see, oh, goddamn you, you'll all see who will be correct, and I'll be a multimillionaire and I'll have a Lambo, because, of course, line just goes up. What we come to find is that even Facebook failed at this after rebranding their company, and all of these cryptocurrency tokens, all of these metaverses, they're all fucked from their all-time high. If you bought, I mean, look at this shit. If you bought Sandbox cryptocurrency token at all-time high, you've lost 98.97. I don't even think you can see this because it doesn't zoom in that far. My camera's in the way. 98.97% loss. you've got 1% of your money left if you bought this at the highs. Oh, 98.28%. So if you bought the Decentraland Mana at the highs, you've got 1.7% of your money left. And the obvious question and answer here was always, why would these things be popular? Like, what do these things do currently in our current understanding of technology and how people work in spaces or how people use virtual spaces? Why would the corporate overlord metaverse be something that people engaged in? And the reality is obviously it isn't one, right? Again, you don't need it for work. It's just bells and whistles that might be cool as a novelty, but realistically it doesn't add anything.
Permission requested.
And the other one being like a gaming
requested.
metaverse world, like we can go in and make a server and change the server how you want. We already have those in gaming, and they're not even the biggest, most popular games that everyone spends all their time in. But then you add in the element of like, okay, so we don't trust the corporate overlords to make this with Meta, even though they're going to make probably a better product due to them having the money and experience. Let's exchange that element for untrustworthy crypto people. And then the monetization that comes along with it, where, you know, you'd have to rent space with NFTs and people who bought in 10 years before the product was actually made are going to be essentially the virtual landlords that sells you something for 100 times what they paid for it when they bought in earlier. Like, none of this ever made sense. And even now, it's just funny to me that there are still people who sincerely believe these things are like, oh, you know, it's just a downturn, it's going to come back. What was obviously just a trend. Like, I'm not saying that in the future, you know, 10, 20, 30 years, some element of like the metaverse, some interpretation of it doesn't become something that's popular. It obviously wasn't now. The tech's not there. The availability and the accessibility of the tech's not there. Obviously, crypto is fucked, right? It's just basically a lot of these things are Ponzi schemes. A lot of these people are criminals, and the products are never as good as the things that don't have these things involved. Again, VR chat exists, people use it, and even that isn't like a big thing that's taken over the internet, which obviously, with it being so much further along than any of the other interpretations, shows that there isn't like a mass market appeal for this thing in the first place. But maybe that is a thing later on, but it just goes to show that the minute something new popped up of like, oh, maybe this is the future, and the next one is AI, obviously all these companies have now pivoted away from metaverse in every stock shareholder meeting. Oh, what's going on with the metaverse? What are we going to do with the metaverse? It's now all AI, right? And maybe AI is the thing that sticks around and becomes this huge thing and earns everyone a bunch of money. Meanwhile, it completely ruins the consumer market for electronics and basically anything you want to be buying, like console. Valve have just come out and said, you know, it's difficult to even give you a price on this stuff because when we announced it, things were one way, and now it's not. You know, RAM's doubled in price as a result of memory being so expensive. Pretty much everything's going to become more expensive. Obviously then makes other companies not push boundaries, delay technology that they were going to release because it's too expensive and they understand consumers are not going to buy it and they're not going to eat the cost. Like the PS6 is probably going to be delayed due to this. Like, all the problems that are going to stem from AI, that's the new thing every company's doing. But AI is essentially just exactly what Meta and Metaverse was. It's the new thing that everyone's throwing all their chips into. And if something else shiny pops up that looks like it might potentially make more money, they'll drop that almost as quickly. But with them all moving their money into AI and everything, the Metaverse, Meta as a company, I wonder if they're going to change their name again, right? And just pivot their name into whatever the new thing they're doing, putting all their money into is. But the Metaverse is, for all intents and purposes, now completely dead. As soon as Meta eventually drops Horizon Worlds, which they absolutely will do because it's just not financially feasible or successful and they're moving resources into other areas, that's gone. And if Meta couldn't do it, which they never were going to be able to, all the crypto people, how the fuck are they going to do it? It never made any sense in the first place, but it's just funny to see, even if you go on the social media for some of these projects, people are still there like, oh yeah, you know, 2026 is going to be a big year. Oh, because Meta's doing so badly and all their numbers gone. Surely those people are going to pivot into our cryptocurrency metaverse world. Like, fuck me, guys. Like, you really didn't need to be some kind of clairvoyant to see that this was going to be the case. But here we are, I guess, the complete self-destruction in the metaverse. And I think the title of my previous video really sums this up. I think the title was something like, the metaverse is a nightmare, but luckily nobody's sleeping because nobody was using this stuff in the first place. So it going away, nobody cares. Like, it really just is a case of a massive pit of money where a bunch of corporate people or people trying to steal money with cryptocurrency from idiots just went, yeah, let's do this thing. And for some reason, nobody in the room said, yeah, but, you know, who's going to actually use this? And if they did, they were probably fired or kicked out of the room. But there we go. The death in the metaverse. Who could have fucking seen this one come in? And of course, in the next few months or year or so, we'll probably see more of these things close. And absolutely nobody will be surprised. So thanks for watching as always. Hopefully you enjoyed. Check the links in the video description. Game subs if you want to support my content. Use my code, get a discount. I get a kickback. Patreon if you want to give me some money. You get absolutely nothing in return. And thanks for watching as always. I'll see you next time. Stay safe. Peace.
Looking for a third sandbox. I was kind of counting on the naval update, but I don't know. I think my zombie server is dead and the PvE server is boring. If there's no reason to build for defense, you don't really have that much fun. And I like Rust. I could go to a main server, I suppose, but that's got its all set. That's got its whole set of problems too. I could go to Burning Crusade Classic is something I could do, you know, Anniversary Edition, just to build a healer. It's hard. I could play Scum. I was thinking Scum might be good or Enshrouded or Nightingale, although my desire to play those games is dropped. No Man's Sky is always an option. I could do some more work on No Man's Sky because it takes forever. I feel like in the background, New World might be really good to go play, because if somebody buys it, I'll be really happy that I continue to put work in my characters. But I also don't care. I don't need work on those characters. I capped out. It's saying I bought. Did I buy Oblivion Remastered? Wait, what the hell? It's saying that I bought Oblivion Remastered. Hello? Hey. Okay. Okay, sounds good. I'll be there. Thank you. Okay, I'm getting called away. I have Oblivion Remastered somehow. Did I buy it? No. No, I will play this. I will play this if you'll let me play it on GeForce Now. To play this, you'll need to buy it. Oh, because of Xbox or your pre-order was canceled. Okay, never mind. No, I was like, yeah, you're not going to let me play this, are you? No. So I had to step away for family dinner now. I will leave with the station identification. You've been watching Skycatlive. I love you guys. Thank you so much. I'll be back here in like an hour or so. Gonna go have dinner with the fam. Just gonna charge my headphones and go about my business. I will be back here to play some more games and stuff. And in the meantime, I will keep chopping tree and making money. Mortal's a good game, and so is Eve, and I need a third game that's deep enough. I don't think I have one. Maybe No Man's Sky, I guess. Or, I don't know, like Valheim or something. It's hard. It's hard. Last Oasis might be an option. I don't think so. It requires too much attention. Anyways, I'm going to step away now and pause the video and stop. Okay, unpause. Very good. Okay, it's 8 o'clock. We can continue on doing that. I am staring at a tree. Let's go glance at the zombie server. I lost my progress, but that's alright. I have the knowledge of the map, maybe. See if it's down still. If so, the mod may have just given up. We don't know. Quinfall. I like Quinfall, but it's still too basic. I think I'd rather play like WoW or something like that, or even FFXI Horizon. Oh, my sound. No, we're on the right thing, I think.
Docking permission requested.
Okay, good. Yep.
Docking request accepted.
Take a look at official vanilla monthlies. Refresh. Rusty US monthly, Rusty Moose. My old server has 346 people on it still for some reason. That's my original server. That's where I got my start. US monthly quad. Wow. Reddit monthly, huh? Reddit monthly is a good server, and it doesn't have a queue. But it's also like pretty crazy server. I could do that. I don't know. Let's go see the clear all the filters and let's go see the zombie server. There's always one person on there. Last time I was on there, I was jumped at Outpost pretty much immediately, and it really did kind of sour things for me. I think it was a stream snipe, and I think it was shitty. And he failed too. He shot me on a stream snipe, and he didn't kill me. I just ran out. I may still have the set unless he found where I was. I didn't, or I guess I did publish eventually. They may have found it. See if this server loads. I don't think it will. Accept, and we'll take add waypoint. Add waypoint. Optimize route. Bring me back here. Take this other one. Accept. And then come here. Swipe and take. Leave. And there, I did some hauling. Nope, see. Oh, ISP VPN is not permitted. So my VPN is no longer whitelisted, and I don't know. So yeah, and that's okay. I don't know. Yeah, I can't get on this server anymore. I've been kicked off it. So yep. So there's that. So I now need some other place to go. A solo only would be good. Like if I type solo, what do I get? I don't think I'm going to see anything, but let's look for solo. Solo only, Rustified US solo, which, you know, would be an acceptable fight. Solo only. I like Rust, but it's got problems. The naval update makes it much more attractive to me, but I need a server that's got an XP system on it. Brits was serving me as it was. I mean, I like Brits. Brits is okay. It's fine. But it's not, it doesn't have that feeling that Rust Hardcore Zombies does, unfortunately. I like playing on a VPN. I don't think I'm going to come back to it. And I don't want him to whitelist me either. It implies that I'm getting help from the admin or something. I think it's good that he VPN blocked the server. Maybe he just wanted to ban me. I don't know.
Autopilot engaged.
It's not good enough. I need a game that doesn't end.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I go scanning through and I don't know. I don't think,
Approaching Stargate.
I haven't got on Icarus in a while. Maybe Icarus would be worth a visit. Rust is great, and I want to try a certain base build. No, Prim Rust, yeah. So there is a Prim server.
Jumping.
Maybe the Prim server. Maybe I should try there.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
US East face punch. US West Prim. Modded Jump Rust. US 3X primitive. I don't know. So I don't know. There is primitive servers, but I don't really want that. Vanilla. Hardcore.
Approaching Stargate.
Well, you know, Rust Hardcore Zombies was good, but it's time I move on. I spent years there. Maybe I should run for like an XP chart. No? What about zombie?
Autopilot jumping.
Looking for one called There Will Be Zombies, but that one's like gone, I think. Yeah, and these servers aren't very popular.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Unfortunate. Oh no, there we go. 548. Oh, under PvE. Okay. Reforged hybrid PvE PvP zones. And a hybrid, but 93 out of 150 is pretty good for a PvE server.
Approaching Stargate.
Zombies and events. Hybrid build for builders, farmers, and strategists. Fair up in PvP. Challenge when you choose farm to hearts content or square up in designated PvP zones. High skill duels. Dynamic zombie hordes and monument swarms keep PvE exciting. Skill tree progression that actually feels rewarding. 48 hour raid protection after log out. So it's like you have 2 days solid, and then you could lose your base if you don't log in. This has the numbers. PvE modded. It was weird that it had that many. And now it didn't pop this time. Oh, there we go. They still wipe your work and it's still not good enough. I don't know what to do, but yeah.
Autopilot jumping.
I suppose I should eat before I go back out again.
Walking
I want a
to
sandbox
Stargate.
like this. I'm addicted to this feeling that I can build here forever. And I want that now. And the third game in my list has to have that. I thought for a long time it would be FFXI, but it's too old and not supported, and it's too CPU heavy, and it's annoying. I can't get it on GeForce Now. Could build a hardcore TBC anniversary character and just treat it like hardcore. It would be hard.
Approaching Stargate.
I don't know. TBC Burning Crusade could be fun. I think those dungeons are fun to do and fun to heal. I want a survival game worthy of my time, and it's like Once Human, I think, was the one that I kind of fall to. I'm like picking a third slot. No Man's Sky is a reasonable one. It's got good jet pilot combat, and the ground combat's okay. It could be better. I don't know. Metaverse is officially dead.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive
For a while,
active.
X4 Foundations was good enough. But now I kind of have an issue.
Approaching station.
Crimfall can't keep me there. And I was supposed to play the naval update. Let's go try this server. I don't know. Is it a monthly, though? That is a monthly. Monthly's good enough. I don't care if it wipes my base and my boats out to build again. I should find a new home if they're going to kick me off of the zombie hardcore server. I might not be able to play Rust on a VPN, period. They might not really want me on most of these servers. But I'll star this server if it's good enough. Rust is the game I want to do because I want to build a new boat. But this time more for, you know... Or I don't know, I guess on a PvE server it doesn't matter. I don't really see the difference between this server and Brits, but it's just like Brits doesn't have zombies. If this server is satisfying like that, then I will stay here because I want
Docking
zombies in a
permission
PvE
requested.
experience where they can't
Permission
stalk or
requested.
harass me or raid me.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Catch 500 fish.
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Welcome to Reforged Rust Hybrid. Hybrid PvE build for builders and farmers with fair optim PvP. Team limit is max of 4. Playstyle say PvE world with rated PvP zones. 350 plus mostly quality of life plugins for building, farming, performance, wipe schedule limits, community support. Server rules. Don't be a dick, don't be toxic, abusive, racist, or harassing. You will be banned, no appeals. PvE, PvP rules. This server is primarily PvE with clearly marked out opt-in zones. Rating, pointers and advice. When attended to the population protected. Rater will show the entity as rateable. Pointers and advice. TCs are the heart of your base. All bases with the K with a stock TC. Query. Placing a virtual key requires having survey charges in a query in your inventory. Plugging commands. Safe zones. They have outposts and bandit just like Brits. Teleporting to players. Clans. Kits. So it's like Brits but with zombies, which might be really good. Links and kits and VIP is free. Starter kit, starter build. Links. I want to see if there is there an ST system on this page 2. Read and agree. How's the frames? The frames is the first thing. We see that there's NPC bases, portals in town. Oh, in town. Portals in town, /town, launch site, /bandit, /outpost. Let's wander out in the world. Where am I? I am currently around Junkyard. Let's go to Junkyard and see if we find zombies naked. Yes, there was XP. Oh yes, there is an XP system. So this is this is probably better than what I've been doing on Brits. And it gives me a reason to build a really kick-ass boat to stay away from the zombies if they're here. But already I don't like how little amount of zombies I've seen. So we'll see, but I hear people shooting, which is always good on a server. It's a 2x, not a 5x, which is kind of an interesting choice. I like that though. 2x is a little bit more honest. Should see zombies in here. I don't... Oh, wait, there's a zombie. Will he kill me? Oh, look, there's damage numbers. Okay, I like this server, and we're gonna heart this server. It's called Reforged Hybrid. Reforged Hybrid. Gotta remember. Oh, he dropped bullets. I don't want to bite. Bullets, which are good. I can recycle them for metal to make a starter base. Bullets. I have a bag. Oh, some kind of thing. For some reason, those arrows seemed a lot better than it normally is. Oh God, is somebody coming? Ah! I like the server, if that's what it is it just like zombies at the monuments? So then I will live by Junkyard. And I will build a boat. There's Outpost, I guess? No. It doesn't matter, I can get to Outpost, but thought I heard something. Sun's setting, so I want to get away. There's somebody's base. Yeah, somebody's base. Skip night. They want to skip the night. Sure, I'll skip the night. Skip the night. Yeah, cool. Let's take a spot by junkyard. Well, I will need fuel. If there's a dome, that would be best. I don't see the dome. I like PvE servers. I'll probably play those. Water treatment is PvP. Outpost, abandoned, sulfur quarry, giant excavator. So the one I'm in isn't PvP though, huh? Junkyard is not PvP. Jungle, ziggurat, harbor, missile silo, mining outpost, military, tunnel, rat town, bandit. Yeah, there's no dome on this map for whatever reason. There it is. So if I jump to outpost, it's a better walk. So let's go do that. You can't teleport while in a building or blocked building zones, so okay. It appears I'll have to like run over there, it looks like. Time to get to chopping. You know, I could carry around a horse with me and just feed him. And just dump the wood on him, but I don't know, then it draws attention. Okay, I'm an outpost and I want to recycle. Nice, I got tools, which is good. Okay, so ideally I would like to live at the dome. The dome was actually at a really good spot. And yeah, and the fishing village isn't bad either, so... A dome... oh look, mining outpost is perfect, so let's live right at the water by mining outpost and dome, and then I'll launch ships from there. The deep sea is south right now and it's open for longer, which is good, that's good to know. The intention is to go see the deep sea, and I will play some Rust. I didn't think I would find a server, to be honest to God. I really didn't think I would. But I did. When I looked, I found a server, which is, like, good for the game. It's still, you know, at least the game will keep going. I want to gamble because this 30 scrap just doesn't really matter. I love Rust. It's such an adult game. It has so much better adult themes in it than a lot of other games, even Grand Theft Auto, I would say. Alright, so get out of that. We're gonna play some blackjack. We're gonna max bet. Level 1, 90 out of 30. Ooh, 11. Now I will hit. Come on, 21. 16, no good. He's already got me beat. I can't hit again. I'm going to stay on the 16 and hope he busts. Come on, bust, 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 bust. 14, 16. What? Liar. Oh, I have a beer. Mmm, beer. Suppose I will make some arrows. And an Ayoka. Gloves. Pleasant Valley, I like the shirt. I am going north, which is the wrong way. I have to go south. Maybe I can catch a train south. That would save some time. We'll go out southwest and try to find a train out of here. Okay, we are at the first stop. I'm gonna take this stuff out. I wish you could turn these in. Can I just turn these in now? Oh, well, look, you can just turn it in now. You don't have to dump it. Oh, good. You don't have to dump the stupid items anymore. Thank God. It's actually way better. Look, I can see the dome. I'm just gonna auto walk all the way there. There's barrels, but I can't loot them. Laptop's good. I suppose I'll need a lot of wood and some stone. It's a PvE server, so I can just build an outdoor base if I want, which is sweet. They can't fuck with me. Dump that, move you down. Do I have a backpack? Yes, I do. Oh, wow, look at that generous backpack. Gather on, gather on. Gather all. I'll just keep on looting then if I have room for it. So, I don't see the symbol for it, but I can open it with a B. Awesome. Can I open the... Oh, no. Buy. Sell. Oh, look. Buy. Favorites. Buy. Sorry, there are no current items available. Commands. Box recycler smelter for 15 RP. 3 RP. Items cost 0 RP. Okay, well. Accept. Open a winter shop in town. Okay. Sulfur. I'm gonna go south. Okay, why are we not shopping? Resources depleted, huh? Okay. This is Dapple, is it? Yeah, I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna use these. You know, I'm not really near guards here. Not really. But I am over here. Okay, get me going. On to the next autopilot.
Autopilot engaged.
I love these games. Ooh, frame rate loss. For some reason. Why do I have such bad frame rate loss?
Warp drive active.
That's odd. There it goes. Some kind of problem. Dapplewood's fine. Rust even mortal on the zombie server. I'm disloyal. I'll just go to any server that'll give me a good experience, you know? I don't care. If it's got an XP chart and zombies and, you know, PvE where I can't be harassed. Good enough for me. I do like the pace of PV Rust, I do. I will not lie.
Autopilot
2,000
jumping.
wood. Style of these bases seems to be like
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
conical for some reason. I don't really know why. That's good. Ooh, I can get a backpack too, which is sweet. Ding.
Approaching Stargate.
These charts are much smaller. Ooh, a horse. Okay, so we're trying to get to Dome. Oh, look, there's a train. Let's see if I have fuel. I probably have enough fuel, yeah. I don't know. If the horse is not owned.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp
Tigs.
drive active.
Okay. Anyways, I will go take that train. Frames aren't that good on this server, but it's maybe the volumetric fog. I want to check my settings. Seems good.
Approaching Stargate.
Train surf for a little while. I like train surfing. Fun as hell.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Everybody has walls on this server, but I don't know. In a PvE server, does it matter? So this is where I wanted to build.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Dr. SMD. God. Gonna shut off the sound of the helicopters for now. Oops. I hit O and I teleported out really far. Oh, really? Oops. I didn't set home before I accidentally teleported. Now I gotta go all the way the fuck back. I guess I can recycle while I'm here. So, Deep Sea is PvP. So, it's a good server. Thank you, PBS Frontline. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Tonight on Frontline, long before the economic meltdown, the story of one woman who tried to warn about the threat to the financial system.
She saw something that people either had not seen or refused to see, and she tried to sound the warning. Nobody listened.
What are you trying to protect?
We're trying to protect the money of the American public.
I was told that she was irascible, difficult, stubborn, unreasonable.
Before the toxic assets poisoned the economy, she warned of their danger.
And that made her the enemy of a very, very large number of people.
She would fight an epic battle with one of the most powerful men in Washington.
Did I recycle it?
He was, as George Bush put it at the time, a rock star.
It got pretty nasty pretty quickly.
Greenspan turns to her, she turns to him. His face is red, and he's clearly quite upset.
A story from inside the highest levels of the Clinton administration.
They were all part of a very concerted effort to shut her up and to shut her down. And they did, in fact, shut her up and shut her down.
Tonight on Frontline, Alan Greenspan, Brooksley Born, and The Warning.
Actually, no,
In 2005, economic cheerleaders dominated the airwaves.
I'm betting on Microsoft. Boom, boom, let's get another. That knock is not done, go!
Times were good. Alan Greenspan ruled the economy.
When you can get a 3.7% yield with upside, that's a lot better than getting a 3.7% yield.
Washington's hands-off attitude toward Wall Street seemed to be paying off.
So now it's all systems go between now and the end. I recommend a buy on it. Remember, one of the few bull markets we got.
Ladies and gentlemen,
it was time for a celebration.
The recipients, the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Alan Greenspan is one of the most admired and influential economists in our nation's history.
No,
the nation's highest civilian honor was bestowed on the man many called the Wizard.
Always be known as one of phenomenal.
More than one story was written about Alan Greenspan as the Wizard, the man behind the curtain, the Wizard of Oz.
Alan was a great wizard. No one understood what he said, but he said it in such a way that everybody bought it.
What's going to happen when all of this stimulation starts to decline?
Everybody hung on every word.
Congressman, it depends on what is going on in the world generally.
The Wizard, the man behind the curtain who mumbled in ways that ordinary people couldn't understand, but who appeared to be controlling absolutely everything.
Then we're going to get exceptionally large amount of fiscal stimulus, which we're not going to want.
Thank you.
Very few people wanted to take him on or challenge him because he knew so much more than they did. And if he didn't, he certainly appeared to.
In his 18 years as Fed chairman, he applied those
5 presidents had watched Alan Greenspan work his magic. It started back in the Ford administration.
Alan Greenspan was a financial consultant who was hired by Jerry Ford, first to be head of his Council of Economic Advisors in the 70s.
But Alan Greenspan was not your stereotypical economist.
He was also very charming and a man about Washington.
He played jazz clarinet, had made himself rich on Wall Street, and he had embraced an unusual political guru,
challenging the moral code of altruism.
the libertarian philosopher Ayn Rand.
Everybody is enslaved to everybody.
Greenspan is a disciple. She is the great champion of government as a destructive force that just gets in the way.
Mike Wallace, Ayn Rand, 225-1.
Practice it all my life.
Can I ask you to capsulize your philosophy?
I'm opposed to all forms of control. I am for an absolute, laissez-faire, free, unregulated economy. Let me put it briefly. I'm for the separation of state and economics.
Greenspan talked about Rand in his autobiography.
Ayn Rand became a stabilizing force in my life.
It hadn't taken long for us to have a meeting of the minds. Mostly my mind meeting hers.
Ooh, there's a
Rand
jetpack.
stood in the Oval Office as her star pupil was sworn in.
Greenspan had a very clear ideology about regulation.
His philosophy was in the form of what we called libertarianism. And that meant those who do well prosper, those who do poorly fail, and the market clears the transactions.
That I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States.
It was a philosophy made to order for Ronald Reagan.
Government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem.
In 1987, Reagan made Greenspan the most powerful banker in the world, the chairman of the Federal Reserve.
Greenspan was a believer in Ayn Rand, a believer in free market. A little bit curious for a central banker, because what is central banking? It's a massive intervention in the market, setting interest rates.
Greenspan worried about this contradiction in his autobiography.
I knew I would have to pledge to uphold not only the Constitution, but also the laws of the land, many of which I thought were wrong.
Now the Vice President will swear Alan Greenspan in as the third.
He swore the oath and took the job.
I had long since decided to engage in efforts to advance free market capitalism as an insider, rather than as a critical pamphleteer.
He understood that there were laws he had to enforce that he personally would not have passed, but he intended to do as little as he could on regulation, and he proceeded to do just that.
And by the time Bill Clinton took the White House, the anti-government rhetoric had become so fashionable that even some Democrats embraced it.
Ronald Reagan had won. Government was seen as the problem, and even though Bill Clinton was someone who believed in government and wanted to use it, he was kind of forced into that Reagan-esque ideology because that was what people wanted to hear.
From the beginning, Clinton aimed to reassure powerful forces on Wall Street. And he did so with a key appointment.
I asked Robert Rubin to serve as assistant to the president for economic policy.
Rubin is the best-known financier in the country at that point because he had run the legendary Goldman Sachs.
Bob Rubin was Bill Clinton's emissary to Wall Street. Clinton placed great trust in Bob Rubin and Bob Rubin's view of financial markets and financial regulation.
He had an enormous amount of credibility because he was a business success, and Democratic administrations always seem to worship people who can excel at business.
At the White House, and as Treasury Secretary, Rubin found an unlikely ally. Clinton had asked Alan Greenspan to stay on.
Bob Rubin and Alan Greenspan were very much in lockstep. They had very similar views on Wall Street. It boiled down to the less regulation, the better.
And Rubin populated the Clinton administration with a network of free market true believers.
It wasn't just Rubin and Greenspan who were these free market acolytes. That thinking pervaded the Treasury and the White House.
Among Rubin's acolytes, 35-year-old Timothy Geithner, and Rubin's top deputy, the outspoken Harvard economist Larry Summers.
Summers is tough. Summers is very blunt-spoken, doesn't suffer fools lightly or anyone else, as the saying goes.
Bob Rubin is not a guy who likes confrontation. He's confrontation averse. But he understands you need someone in there who can swing a heavy axe. And that person was Larry Summers. He was the enforcer.
Together, Greenspan, Rubin, and Summers formed their own pro-business, anti-regulation support group.
They're the committee to save the world, according to the Time magazine cover. These are the people we turn to at that moment, who together, all three in a way, say, trust us.
And they seem to have things under control. You know, the world trusted Rubin and Greenspan, so why wouldn't Clinton? You know, and the market was doing great, and the country seemed to be doing great.
Big day on Wall Street.
Street as stock prices return to territory.
The party on Wall Street today, posting a triple-digit gain.
Trading at 5 times its offering price.
9 for a total of 41,000.
Extremely active volume, 55 million shares changing hands, and market breadth is
2,500 dots.
These were the euphoric go-go 90s.
Well, you know, the mid to the late 1990s were a very ripe boom period. It was the most robust portion of the tech boom.
Internet fever has not subsided.
On the money tonight, internet fever again.
eBay up 700% in September.
The financial markets were zooming.
Priceline.com is the latest beneficiary of the internet stock craze.
The market was rocking and rolling.
Shares of the web technology company soared more than 450%.
The Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 91 points today.
$300 a share.
Santa Claus arrives early on Wall Street.
But in Washington, there was one agency that looked at the bull market with some skepticism. Buried deep in the bureaucracy, the Commodities Futures Trading Commission, CFTC.
It was a small fish in otherwise a pretty big pond. It was always viewed as kind of a sleeping, small, not terribly significant agency.
The agency was authorized to regulate agriculture futures and to oversee arcane, complex financial instruments known as derivatives.
You know, they're one of these little afterthought agencies that kind of get in the way of the big guys.
The CFTC started getting in the way in 1996 when a new chairperson, Brooksley Born, took over.
My law practice was in the derivatives area. I'd practiced derivatives law for more than 20 years.
Brooksley Born is a long-time securities lawyer. She has a stellar reputation. She's been around the block. She knows her stuff.
Born was 55, a veteran of the gender wars that had influenced many women of her age group. In Born's case, the struggle had started early. Born went to Stanford in the early 1960s. Most women in her class got married. Brooksley went to law school.
There were very few women in law school at the time. This was during the Vietnam War. And a lot of men in the class saying, "What are you doing here? You're taking the place of somebody, a man who could be here and not have to go to the war." The way she approached this was, well, I got to show him I can do it.
She did, top of her class. The first female president of the Stanford Law Review.
You would think this would be a great moment of triumph for Brooksley Born. Instead, she gets a phone call from one of the deans, and he says, "Brooksley, I just want to let you know that the faculty stands ready to step in if you're not able to pull this off." It goes on like that, on and on and on, each step of Brooksley Born's life and career.
In Washington, she became a partner in a prestigious law firm, built an international reputation, formed alliances with other powerful female attorneys, including one who happened to be the wife of Arkansas's governor.
She had developed a very close relationship with Hillary Clinton when Hillary Clinton was a very prominent lawyer in Little Rock, Arkansas.
And then Bill Clinton won the presidency.
Brooksley Born found herself being invited down to Arkansas during the transition for a meeting with him to discuss possibly being the Attorney General of the United States.
She's very self-effacing. You know, she's flattered, but she's gonna see if it happens.
Week 7 of the Clinton transition. NBC's Andrea Mitchell tonight.
For Attorney General, Clinton is considering Washington lawyer Brooksley Born, but he may have...
Brooksley went in for an interview with Clinton. The story that comes back was that Clinton found her boring and that it never went anywhere.
It didn't happen. Janet Reno was chosen.
And that's how Brooksley Born ended up running the obscure CFTC,
I think to some extent you could view this as a consolation prize. To the general world, people who knew Brooks Lee, the circles she traveled, the American Bar Association, the DC Bar, all the prestigious boards she served on, people were probably scratching their heads.
An experienced financial litigator who'd seen the worst of the markets, Bourne was a believer in government regulation. Given the political climate in Washington at the time, clashes with Greenspan, Rubin, and Summers were inevitable. Almost right away, she had one. It began after she received an invitation to lunch at the Federal Reserve with the chairman himself.
How could you not have a little bit of butterflies in your stomach when you're going to go see Alan Greenspan at that moment in time?
About that guy.
It didn't take long for Bourne to learn that she and the chairman were not going to see eye to eye.
He said something to the effect of, well, Brooks Lee, we're never going to agree on fraud. And she said, well, what do you mean? And he said, you probably think there should be rules against it. She said, well, yes, I do. He said, you know, I think the market will figure it out and take care of the fraudsters.
The Alan Greenspan lunch, did it actually happen? Where he says...
I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not going to talk about it on camera.
Bourne is reluctant to speak about her meetings with Greenspan or others in the Clinton administration. Greenspan refused to speak to Frontline at all, but Bourne's advisors did.
Greenspan didn't believe that fraud was something that needed to be enforced, and he assumed she probably did. And of course she did. I've never met a financial regulator who didn't feel that fraud was part of their mission.
And this is an absolute stunner for the new head of this tiny agency, who is charged with making sure people don't commit fraud.
Well, I think she was taken aback about how far he would go towards deregulation, that even the notion that we should police fraudulent activity, he didn't think was something that was a given.
That was her introduction to Alan Greenspan.
The clash with Greenspan didn't intimidate Bourne. She was determined that her agency would investigate fraud at the first opportunity. One area that caught her attention was a new and highly lucrative market, over-the-counter derivatives.
She starts to realize that there's this whole world out there of what are called over-the-counter derivatives that are essentially unregulated. They're not, it's not even that they're unregulated, it's that the government doesn't even know what's going on.
My staff began to say how big this was and how little information they had about it.
On Wall Street, they described it as a black box. Only the parties involved in a deal knew what was happening.
The derivatives market was a market that was not well understood, was growing rapidly, that had a few really smart, aggressive, innovative players.
Derivatives, swaps, basically bets between companies and banks, laying off risk.
Derivatives, in essence, are insurance policies that various players on Wall Street enter into to protect themselves from unforeseen calamities.
It was a $27 trillion market, happening out of sight, inside a black box.
We didn't truly know the dangers in the market because it was a dark market. There was no transparency.
The conditions were very favorable for things to go wrong.
As Bourne's investigators learned, there was also plenty of room for old-fashioned fraud.
There's this major scandal at Bankers Trust where they have taken two of their customers, Procter & Gamble and Gibson greeting cards, to the cleaners with these complex over-the-counter derivative products.
Dealings in derivatives sold by Bankers Trust.
Procter & Gamble claim they've lost millions of dollars from derivative deals arranged by Bankers Trust.
In 1993, Bankers Trust, one of the largest banks in the country at the time, had sold derivatives to Procter & Gamble.
Procter & Gamble sued Bankers Trust, claiming that they had been sold
products that they didn't really understand and that blew up in their face.
The lawsuit set the stage for a stunning revelation. Bankers Trust employees took advantage of the fact that derivatives were too complicated to understand.
It opened a window onto what was really going on in the derivatives market.
As part of the case, Procter & Gamble discovered secret audio tape recordings of telephone calls among Bankers Trust brokers.
There was one employee who described the business as a wet dream. A Bankers Trust employee said, "We set him up."
They had taped phone calls from people inside Bankers Trust who were sort of chuckling, saying, "Haha, these idiots really think that this is in their best interest, but haha, it's not. We're probably going to end up cleaning their clocks on these contracts."
It had all happened in secret. Even this blatant scam might never have been discovered by the government.
The only way the CFTC found out about the Bankers Trust fraud was because
after the collapse,
Oh, no,
and you
what'd
see
you
a
do?
crushed man, really.
Oh, come
who
on.
we turn to at that moment, who together, all three in a way, say, "Trust us."
And they seem to have things under control. You know, the world trusted Rubin and Greenspan, so why wouldn't Clinton? You know, and the market was...
Sorry.
In Bourne's case, the struggle had started early. Bourne went to Stanford in the early 1960s. Most women in her... The clash with Greenspan didn't intimidate Bourne. She was determined that her agency would investigate fraud at the first opportunity. One area that caught her attention was a new and highly lucrative market, over-the-counter derivatives.
She starts to realize that there's this whole world out there of what are called over-the-counter derivatives that are essentially unregulated. They're not, it's not even that they're unregulated, it's that the government doesn't even know what's going on.
My staff began to say how big this was and how little information they had about it.
On Wall Street, they described it as a black box. Only the parties involved in a deal knew what was happening.
The derivatives market was a market that was not well understood, was growing rapidly, that had a few really smart, aggressive, innovative players.
Derivatives, swaps, basically bets between companies and banks, laying off risk.
Derivatives, in essence, are insurance policies that various players on Wall Street enter into to protect themselves from unforeseen calamities.
It was a $27 trillion market, happening out of sight, inside a black box.
We didn't truly know the dangers in the market because it was a dark market. There was no transparency.
The conditions were very favorable for things to go wrong.
As Bourne's investigators learned, there was also plenty of room for old-fashioned fraud.
There's this major scandal at Bankers Trust where they have taken two of their customers, Procter & Gamble and Gibson greeting cards, to the cleaners with these complex over-the-counter derivative products.
Dealings in derivatives sold by Bankers
Procter
Trust.
& Gamble claim they've lost millions of dollars from derivative deals arranged by Bankers Trust.
In 1993, Bankers Trust, one of the largest banks in the country at the time, had sold derivatives to Procter & Gamble.
Procter & Gamble sued Bankers Trust, claiming that they had been sold products that they didn't really understand and that blew up in their face.
The lawsuit set the stage for a stunning revelation. Bankers Trust employees took advantage of the fact that derivatives were too complicated to understand.
It opened a window onto what was really going on in the derivatives market.
As part of the case, Procter & Gamble discovered secret audio tape recordings of telephone calls among Bankers Trust brokers.
There was one employee who described the business as a wet dream. A Bankers Trust employee said, "We set him up."
They had taped phone calls from people inside Bankers Trust who were sort of chuckling, saying, "Haha, these idiots really think that this is in their best interest, but haha, it's not. we're probably going to end up cleaning their clocks on these contracts.
It had all happened in secret. Even this blatant scam might never have been discovered by the government.
The only way the CFTC found out about the Bankers Trust fraud was because Procter & Gamble and others filed suit.
Looking inside Wall Street's black box was impossible for Bourne, or indeed any other government regulator.
They're unregulated. The contracts aren't traded on exchanges. They're entered into between private parties.
There was no record-keeping requirement imposed on participants in the market. There was no reporting. We had no information.
There's no way, really, for the government or anyone else to know how many of these are out there, know how big a market it is, and know who owns them and who owes who money, because it's just a bunch of contracts and file cabinets in the lawyers' offices of banks and hedge funds all over the world.
And that's what frightened Bourne more than anything. Trillions of dollars and the biggest banks in the country operating in secret. If something went terribly wrong, the high-stakes derivatives market could take down the entire financial system.
And that's what everybody's worried about. You have one big institution that fails. It can't pay its obligations. It forces somebody else into a dangerous territory who can't pay their obligations. And pretty soon it's a falling domino effect through the economy.
As the market grew and morphed, Bourne felt her agency would have to get involved. But that would mean confronting Greenspan, Rubin, and Summers.
She used to say she would lay awake at night, turning in her bed, because she could see, coming down the road, the crises kept building and building.
I love PBS Frontline. They're actually so good at what they do.
Federal Reserve Chairman Alan Greenspan told Congress today the U.S. economy is the best he's ever seen.
By spring of 1998, the idea of tougher regulation seemed out of step with all the good news.
Current economic performance is as impressive as any I have witnessed in my near half-century.
Those internet stocks continue their meteoric rise.
Investors are hoping Alan Greenspan will give them another boost by lowering interest rates yet again.
You have to remember the context. Companies are going public and doubling every week of the year.
If you thought the internet bubble was about to burst, think again.
Some weeks it was happening every day. And, the idea of worrying about derivatives was just, so 20th century.
We were on a path towards, wow, markets can do great things. Communism was dead. Markets, capitalism was invincible.
But at Treasury, things were about to change. The carefully calibrated inner tranquility was being disturbed by a small tremor. It quickly made its way up to
Why
Robert
can't I get
Rubin.
damage numbers than normal, Ross?
Brooksley Bourne was contemplating the regulation of OTC derivatives.
The pushback is visceral and immediate. And that's one of the striking things about this.
This was a job for Larry Summers.
I walk into Brooksley's office one day. The blood is drained from her face. She's hanging up the telephone. She says to me, "That was Larry Summers."
Larry basically reads her the riot act. He more or less tells her, my understanding is that you don't get it.
He says you're going to cause the worst financial crisis since the end of World War II, that he has, my memory is, 13 bankers in his office who have informed him of this. Stop. Right away. No more.
In Washington, they say the financial sector has 5 lobbyists for every congressman.
Brooksley Bourne is stepping into the maw of the most well-oiled and highly financed lobby in the history of Washington, D.C. It's the financial lobby.
Bankers just fall over themselves, calling Summers and Rubin and Greenspan and everybody, saying, "Get this lady off our backs."
But the harder they pushed, the more interested Bourne became.
They were totally opposed to it. That puzzled me. You know, what was it that was in this market that had to be hidden? Why did it have to be a completely dark market? So it made me very suspicious and troubled.
Bourne's agency was legally independent. She reported to the president. Rubin had no authority over her. To stop her, he would call upon his allies who sat with him on a secretive council known as the President's Working Group.
The President's Working Group was the most influential White House body on financial policy.
It was called at the discretion of the Secretary of the Treasury.
It was a committee handpicked by Bob Rubin, and it was a committee that he steered.
Larry Summers attended. So did Alan Greenspan. And the chairman of the SEC, Arthur Levitt.
Alan and Bob and I had known one another and away from government. I think we all liked one another and respected one another.
By executive order, the head of the CFTC also attended the meetings.
I didn't know Brooksley Bourne. I was told that she was irascible, difficult, stubborn, unreasonable.
Rubin, Summers, and Greenspan had a great deal of faith in their own intellects. And I think that they were not welcoming of somebody who looked at the world different and was kind of abrasive.
You know, they were used to dealing mainly with men and with people they knew. And here was someone they didn't really know. They didn't know that much about her. And to boot, she was a woman. So, you know, put it all together and you got somebody that you can kind of flick off with the back of your hand. At least they thought.
As Rubin was quietly preparing the working group, Bourne was taking the first steps toward regulating OTC derivatives, designing a document known as a concept release. In response, Rubin acted, calling an emergency meeting of the working group.
We're driven there, and we get out at the entrance to the Treasury, go up to the room, everybody assembles, the secretary walks in, the meeting is called to order. And the subject of the meeting was to discuss the concept release, and the clear mission of it was to convince Brooksley that it shouldn't be issued.
What's amazing is that Rubin and Greenspan said, no, 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 you can't do that. We just can't have this. And it got pretty nasty pretty quickly.
Those on the other side were saying, look, this deregulated market is part of what's brought us the boom times. And so we don't want to change that. You know, the market will take care of everything. And we really don't need regulation of these. And in fact, it would be counterproductive.
Each of the principals in turn, that is to say, Rubin, Greenspan, and Levitt, take their shot at telling Brooksley that she shouldn't do what she's doing.
Rubin says to her, you don't have the legal authority to do this.
And Brooksley said, oh, that's interesting. That's the first time I've ever heard that. All my lawyers at the CFTC.
She burned through Taming. It was supposed to be 200 hours or something, but it was like 23. So now we load another book. Scribing. We'll get that out of the way so she can scribe her own books. So my taming is now what, 70? 55. That's odd because it's like I should have gone to 70, not 55.
Have assured me that we have the exclusive jurisdiction to do this.
Rubin was condescending toward her. He said he would get his lawyer in the department to help her understand the laws better, something like that.
SEC Chairman Arthur Levitt had been personally lobbied to join the effort to shut Bourne down.
This tight-knit group persuaded me that we really would face a situation of financial turmoil if we tried to undo these existing contracts.
And then it was Alan Greenspan's turn.
I happened to be sitting behind Brooksley and behind Greenspan. They're sitting next to each other. Greenspan turns to her, she turns to him. His face is red. And he's
okay.
clearly...
You have to copy things. With a research bench. So that's kind of interesting. I will have to make that. So research bench. I like that though. That doesn't bother me. Keeps things honest. I should have researched this chicken coop. So I guess we dump this AK. Maybe I can repair that proto and use it at least. In the meantime, I'll learn scope and flashlight and extended, and then the AK itself. When I reach T3, which will be a little while, I can make one, and I'll live off repairing this prototype. Enchanting mode. There's an enchanting mode on the research bench.
Quite upset. He was very adamant that this was a serious, serious mistake, that it caused untold damages to the financial services market, and that she should stop and not do this, that it was unwise and would cause tremendous damage.
In a group of this kind, there will be a disparity in power, and it would take an extraordinarily outspoken, knowledgeable, pugnacious person to fight the losing battle against the titans who led that group.
It's the education of Brooksley Bourne. They decided that, hey, she's not playing ball. We're going to teach her a lesson. And we're going to get this thing killed because we don't want it to happen.
But 2 weeks later, Bourne told her staff to publish the concept release.
That creates an earthquake. You're talking foundation of the building. And she is literally in the crossfire of an amazing number of bullets.
The response of the working group was immediate and unprecedented.
By the afternoon, Rubin, Greenspan, Levitt put out a statement saying, this is a very bad thing, and Congress should act with all deliberate speed to block it.
We have grave concerns about this action and its possible consequences. We are prepared to pursue, as appropriate, legislation that would provide greater certainty concerning the legal status of OTC derivatives.
The powers that be in Washington put out the word to the media, and they put out the word to Capitol Hill that her views were not to be trusted, they were not to be taken seriously, that she was running a podunk agency. This was a power grab, and she didn't have a clear understanding of the products that she was going to regulate and shouldn't be entrusted with that kind of power. And it would be a great mistake if she were.
This hearing of the Senate Agriculture Committee is now called to order.
Only Congress had the legal authority to stop Bourne. Rubin, Greenspan, Summers, and Levitt lobbied hard.
Today we will receive testimony on over-the-counter derivatives.
Hearings were held almost immediately in both the House and the Senate.
Brooksley is a lady, and the men were gentlemen, but the feelings were quite intense. This was an enormous embarrassment to the executive branch because they couldn't coordinate with each other.
it's actually, honestly,
there
a
are
good person.
a ridiculous
They
number
don't
of
know how to deal
congressional
with that.
hearings.
Essential that the government not create uncertainty.
CFTC wants to come into somebody else's yard here.
She just gets pummeled on Capitol Hill.
I see no evidence whatsoever to suggest that this is a troubled market, that fraud is rampant.
The release has cast the shadow of regulatory uncertainty over a thriving market.
The CFTC's action has and will bring, I believe, significant disruption to this important global market.
Serves no useful purpose, hinders the efficiency of markets to enlarge.
All the regulators there testifying, and all of them say this is a bad idea, this is a bad idea, this is a bad idea, this is a bad idea. And then she says this is a good idea, and the senators and congressmen just beat her over the head.
I feel very strongly that we should not have one agency innovate in this area, and in doing so create very substantial financial problems.
90% of the members of Congress couldn't have told you what a derivative was. So all they knew was that these guys on Wall Street, some of them make big campaign contributions, many of them seem very smart, say if we do this, it'll screw up the economy.
My question again is, what are you trying to protect?
We're trying to protect the money of the American public, which is at risk in these markets.
That summer of 1998, Bourne testified 4 times before hostile congressional committees.
They were hearing from very respectable sources that there was no problem, and they chose to rely on those people. And I think that was understandable. I think it was unfortunate, but I think it was very understandable.
I thank each one of you for coming and for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
The system wasn't set up to allow somebody like Brooksley Bourne to have a real impact.
She was running against the tide of very powerful forces, and powerful forces that were doing exceptionally well.
As Congress headed for the summer recess, it seemed likely they would not heed Bourne's warning.
She had no support anywhere.
She wasn't a member. She had no political capital. She had no chance.
Then Bourne's warning became a prophecy.
I was at home and I got a call, and as I would often get a call from the Treasury operator. And it was Secretary Rubin on a Saturday, and the Secretary of the Treasury wants to have a conversation with me about this hedge fund that apparently was about to go under.
The hedge fund, long-term capital management, was melting down. A quiet panic had begun. It looked exactly like what Brooksley Bourne had been warning about. Known on the street as LTCM, it was the trillion-dollar favorite of in-the-know investors.
LTCM's a hedge fund. It's run by John Merriweather, ex-Salomon Brothers. He's considered one of the great geniuses of the bond market. Tons of money flows his way from private investors who would like to make a killing via his smarts.
The firm also had the former vice chairman of the Fed, Alan Greenspan's number 2.
David Mullins and John Merriweather operated LTCM outside government regulations.
They were the personification or the embodiment of Alan Greenspan's credo. Credo was, markets get it right.
LTCM invented complex mathematical formulas and used derivatives to place their bets.
These guys are the rock stars, the long-term capital management team. They're sort of rock stars for the math clubs of America.
LTCM is a case study in arrogance. A lot of really, really smart people who thought they had a foolproof money machine. A number of them Nobel Prize winners.
Neither the government nor investors knew anything about how LTCM worked. It was a completely secret process.
If you want to invest in long-term capital management, you've got to walk into a conference room, abandon computers, abandon pencils, abandon yellow pads, no notes, and you're told there's a black box. Look at these returns, 46%, 40%, 20%. People are fighting to get into, to invest. People are fighting to lend money.
LTCM did business with 15 of Wall Street's biggest banks, leveraging $5 billion into more than $1 trillion in derivatives.
All these big banks hadn't done their homework. They didn't even know the extent of LTCM's exposures in the market or the fact that all of the other OTC derivatives dealers had been lending to them as well.
Then, trouble. LTCM's complicated computer models were failing.
In Russia, the financial markets were hit hard today.
Rocked by a financial crisis in Russia.
And the firm had all sorts of models that said no matter what happened, based on history, they couldn't lose more than $35 million a day.
In Russia today, a grave financial situation grew decidedly worse. The effects of the Russia crisis were evident everywhere.
They started dropping $300, $400, $500 million every day.
Word of a pending collapse spread. Many banks had invested in LTCM's derivatives, believing they alone were in a deal. They weren't.
When LTCM started to get stressed, and these guys said, I want to collect my collateral, they all discovered that a lot of other parties had the same claims on it.
With Wall Street's banks in a panic, LTCM was perilously close to collapse. And that's when Washington first heard about the problem. The Secretary of the Treasury began to contact members of the President's working group.
I got a call from the Treasury Department. I thought that LTCM was exactly what I had been worried about. None of the regulators had known they were on the verge of collapse. Why? Because we didn't have any information about it.
I like the server, actually.
That weekend, the members of the working group
I didn't
were
think I would
told
find
the
one.
entire American economy was hanging in the balance.
Long-term capital management had very large positions in the over-the-counter derivatives marketplace. And if it came down, the question is, how would that affect the American public? How would that reverberate through the system and affect everybody's livelihood in the country?
And the fear is that if it goes down, it would present what they call a systemic risk, something that could unwind the entire financial system.
At Treasury, all they could do was watch and wait.
It was very scary. Credit markets around the world just shut down. There was a period of real panic. People were very, very frightened. These firms were worried about, in some cases, their future, in some cases, their survival. It was a real bloodletting.
After 4 days, the Fed acted, but not directly. The Wall Street banks were pressured to bail out LTCM themselves.
The government said it is our belief that your financial stability is in jeopardy. And the way to solve this problem is for you each to pony up $400 million and buy the fund, prevent it from collapsing, and try and work the thing out.
14 banks agreed to put up a few hundred million each, about $3.5 billion total.
It worked. The crisis passed. In Washington, a collective sigh of relief.
Moving to Stargate.
And then,
Warp drive active.
a call to action.
Committee will come to order.
Nice, a double
Some in
barrel.
Congress began to clamor for regulation.
The United States government is obligated to be on top of the issues.
When and how did the concept of market self-regulation fail us?
Americans should be worried about the gambling of Wall Street elites.
That
puts at risk every American. It puts at risk democracy.
How many more failures do you think we'd have to have before some regulation in this area might be appropriate?
There was a strong sense that we ought to do something about these derivatives. That they really were posing a risk to our national economy and to the global economy.
But Alan Greenspan had no intention of yielding.
I know of no set of supervisory actions we can take that will prevent people from making dumb mistakes. I know of no piece of legislation that can be passed by the Congress which would require us to prevent them from making dumb mistakes.
Congress was told that this was an anomaly. This was not indicative of dangers in the market.
I think it's very important for us not to introduce regulation for regulation's sake.
Jumping.
In the end, Congress agreed with Alan Greenspan. There would be no new regulations of over-the-counter derivatives.
So now this is an unregulated market. No transparency,
Moving to Stargate.
no
Warp drive
capital reserve
active.
requirements, no prohibition on fraud, no prohibition on manipulation, no regulation of intermediaries. All the fundamental templates that we learned from the Great Depression are needed to have markets function smoothly are gone.
But within the next few weeks, Congress did decide to do something about Brooksley Born. They stopped her entirely.
Essentially, what you have is a very bald and
This is a
brutal
great
power
server.
play.
You can't be rated, but there's lots and lots of PvP. I've already seen it.
Approaching Stargate.
I've seen them killing each other. And like and when you go to, my goal is to be a fucking pirate out there, load cannons on a giant ass boat and fire fucking cannons at them and shit, and like well, not a giant boat, but a pretty big skipper. I want a decent boat with probably a 5x2 with just sails. That's it. And then I want it to be nice and sleek, and it'll probably be fast. 5x3? Oh, no, it'll have to be a 5. It'll be the same boat I built. You know, I like that boat. That boat was dope. But like, you know, built for battle, like with lots of doors and stuff. So if they want to raid me, they can't. I don't need it that big. I can work with a 2x2. I think. Well, I don't know. Probably actually a 2x2.
Autopilot jumping.
With like a roof of a 2x2, so like a 2x8 or whatever. 4x2. Yeah, 4x2. I guess you would call
Warping
it.
to station.
I want to do a
Warp
4x2
drive active.
boat with a helm triangle like head. Yeah, and experiment with PvP on this server with that. I figured I'd climb the dome. That's cool. You have an ammo readout in the top right corner. I don't know if you don't really need it, but it is cool. I don't think the mod's necessary though.
Approaching station.
Hey, we're done with this run. I like hauling, and they made it easier too. I'm going to work my Mimitar rep all the way up. I'm already at 2.0 from 1.0. I'm going to try and improve my Mimitar rep. It's going to take all year. But I mean, what else is there to do? I like enjoying Eve and just being there. It's fun as hell. The hell is that? Oh, no you don't. These are mine, bitch. I came up here on foot. Nice, I need that. Diesel, he was coming to loot the 3 crates, and that's
Docking
okay.
permission requested. Docking permission requested.
Tiggs kill Beef Saget using their C4.
Docking
Oh, don't
permission
fall.
requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Ooh, it's a milk crate. Nice. Ooh, electric furnace, that's good. I have a light source, which is very bad for being inside dome. I don't know if that's the right way to go, and I don't have a torch. No. I don't want to get stuck in here. Oh, did I fall? I did, but I didn't die. Oh. Nice. Actually, that was the faster way out. I've done it before, I just couldn't remember. It's like, I think there's a faster way. I like this server. I like this server. It has like 100 people too. I like this server. I can't believe I stumbled on a server like this. All right, take me. I guess I have to walk away. Yeah.
Fenestrate.
And there's tons of PvP. There's tons of PvP on this server. I'm watching them kill each other. And that's good on a PvE server. It's like raids are harassment, but PvP's not, you know? Take me home instantly. It's got teleport and all the good stuff of a good modded server. Perhaps I'll stay here for a while. It's like, what if I find some server, you know? Okay. Let's dump all that stuff. Cool. The CCTV camera is cool. I guess I should build a base, but I don't know. Like, I'm gonna do it slowly. Guess I should have a door and an airlock, so I will. Window, window, door, door. Window, window, window. Window, window, window. Window, 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 window. Don't, yeah, stone's easy to get on this server, so I guess I will update. Are you doing that right? Wait, is that stone? Yeah, because I don't have any wood.
They say because you haven't played ball, we are now declaring a regulatory freeze on anything you folks can do in this market. Forget it, you're done. And she was.
Bourne resigned.
There was not anything effective that was going to happen in the over-the-counter derivatives area. And I felt as though because of that, I had done what I could to help protect the public, and there wasn't much left for me to do.
With
She's
Bourne
so
out
much
of
like
the
my
way,
aunts, it's
the last
crazy.
2 years of the Clinton administration were a heyday of deregulation. OTC derivatives were off limits. Banks were freed to make riskier investments. Wall Street was largely left to regulate itself.
Again and again during the Clinton administration, you see these examples of the top regulators basically saying the market knows better than us, and we're going to let the market do it.
They are right about that, though.
By 2007, the OTC derivatives market had grown to $595 trillion. That's $595 trillion.
Shot higher, giving the Dow its best day in
The
almost...
hands-off approach seemed to be working. Wall Street had bet heavily on the real estate boom.
The economy expanded at a robust 4.3% annual.
Those derivatives were at the heart of that strategy.
You have derivatives, insuring derivatives, which are based on derivatives. It's almost an Alice in Wonderland kind of profitability.
What, in fact, you essentially had was a big, creaking time bomb that needed some sort of event to disrupt all of the assumptions everyone had.
The stock market dropped by hundreds of points right from the open.
Banking industry are plunging.
Rate in America has now soared.
The Dow
The time bomb exploded almost exactly 10 years after the collapse of LTCM.
Investors were shaken by Lehman's bankruptcy filing and what was essentially a
You had the most raw panic the economy and the financial markets had seen since the 1930s. It was ugly, it was broad-based, it was bringing huge institutions to their knees, and a lot of that was tied into derivatives.
They're hidden like landmines in a battlefield, and nobody wants to give money to anybody else because they don't know.
AIG plunging. At one point, they were down
If AIG
70%.
can't raise $20 billion, they'll have to announce bankruptcy tonight.
It was my worst nightmare coming true. Nobody really knew what was going on in the market. The toxic assets of many of our biggest banks are over-the-counter derivatives and caused the economic downturn that made us lose our savings, lose our jobs, lose our homes. And it was very frightening.
I think to understand the crisis, you have to understand that it had many, many factors that contributed to it. But
That's
it's
white people.
absolutely clear to me that if we had restricted the derivatives, some of the major problems would have been avoided.
Had Brooks Lee Bourne been enfranchised,
they weren't so
had Brooks
greedy.
Lee Bourne been listened to, had Brooks Lee Bourne been made part of the process, would that have had a different ending for what subsequently happened in the derivatives market? Certainly.
In the aftermath, one former member of the working group has had a change of heart about Brooks Lee Bourne.
I've come to know her as one of the most capable, dedicated, intelligent, and
he's in love
committed
with
public
Brooks Lee
servants
Bourne. It's cute.
that I have ever come to know. I wish I knew her better in Washington. I could have done much better. I could have made a difference.
And the others? Robert Rubin left government to join top management at Citibank.
Of
The
course he did.
taxpayers have pledged more than $100 billion to keep Citi afloat.
Of course we did.
Rubin's former deputies Larry Summers and Timothy Geithner have become President Barack Obama's chief financial advisors.
There's the Wall Street cabinet.
Neither Rubin nor his former deputy Larry Summers would speak with Frontline about what happened to Brooks Lee Bourne. And Rubin's other top deputy, Gary Gensler, now holds Brooks Lee Bourne's former post at the CFTC. It still lacks authority to regulate OTC derivatives. Alan Greenspan retired from the Federal Reserve just before the crisis hit in 2006.
Committee will please come to order.
Last year, he once again appeared before the Congress.
You see Greenspan at the hearing table after the collapse, and you see a crushed man, really.
He said that the premise that you could trust markets to regulate themselves was misplaced.
You have been a staunch advocate for letting markets regulate themselves. And my question for you is simple. Were you wrong?
Yes, I found a flaw, but I've been very distressed by that fact.
You found a flaw in the reality.
Flaw in the model that I perceived is the critical functioning structure that defines how the world works, so to speak.
In other words, you found that your view of the world, your ideology was not right.
Precisely. No, that's precisely the reason I was shocked, because I've been going for 40 years or more with very considerable evidence that it was working exceptionally well.
After almost 2 decades of public service, he realizes that the economic philosophy that he had pushed so hard, resisting regulation of derivatives, he realized that there were some fundamental flaws in that whole philosophy.
It was a pretty incredible moment that after a lifetime of faith in a certain way the world worked, that Greenspan would say, I was wrong.
It struck me as someone admitting that the core belief that had animated, basically a 20-year, 18-year career as Fed chief was wrong. It's stunning, but it doesn't undo the damage.
And President Obama visits New York today to deliver a major address to Wall Street.
Last month, the president spoke on Wall Street.
We will not go back to the days of reckless behavior and unchecked excess that was at the heart of this crisis.
Right now, he is deciding how hard to push to regulate the OTC derivative market.
We've got to close the loopholes that were at the heart of the crisis. Where there were gaps in the rules, regulators lacked the authority to take action.
The president's point man, Larry Summers, now says he supports strong regulation of over-the-counter derivatives. And Treasury has released a proposal outlining some of the same ideas Bourne had 11 years ago. But the financial lobby is still against those ideas and is lobbying hard at the White House and in Congress. The new regulations are stalled.
I was very hopeful that in the aftermath of the crisis, we could see what had gone wrong and say, let's fix it. But it may
Baby
be that
boomers
we
are so funny.
passing that critical moment. And in that case, the necessary reforms will be just much more difficult to come by.
As for Brooksley Bourne, without new regulations, she's offering another warning.
I think we will have continuing danger from these markets, and that we will have repeats of the financial crisis. May differ in details, but there will be significant financial downturns and disasters attributed to this regulatory gap over and over until we learn from experience.
That was good. The warning.
After the bombshell release of the Epstein files these past few weeks, one of the biggest takeaways now is that the FBI reportedly could not find any evidence that Jeffrey Epstein trafficked girls.
What is that symbol on his plane?
Girls to others, to the rich, to the powerful, to the elite. Now, many of you might be saying, what? How can that be true? Is that really true? Let's try to get to the bottom of it. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. All right, before we jump into this, have you heard the breaking news? A recent report from Forbes shows that employees who use AI at work...
It sounds like Battlefield. It's funny.
They are earning 40% more than those who don't. Yeah, AI is changing employment, and right now, it really matters because the early adopter phase, that's over. So the question is simple. Are you going to watch this shift, or are you going to win from it? Outskill is the first ever AI-focused educational platform for AI learning, and they are hosting a 2-day AI mastermind training live this Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern, and right now is the perfect time to join because you can get in free for the next 48 hours. This 16-hour AI training has already built 10 million plus AI professionals across all industries, and by the way, is rated 4.9 stars on Trustpilot. You're going to learn to build AI agents that plan, write, and execute for you, automate workflows, connect tools like Sheets and emails to create systems, get a boost at work with the hours that you save, and you're going to learn to profit from those skills. People from this training have launched AI services that bring in $2,000 to $3,000 a week. You're also going to get the AI Prompt Bible, the AI Profit Roadmap, a personal AI toolkit builder, and the 2026 AI Survival Hackbook. This is a guide of upcoming AI shifts and steps to take to be prepared. Now, seats are limited. Use the link in the description to join, plus join our WhatsApp community to stay updated. As someone who's been following all aspects of the Epstein saga, particularly the latest release of the Epstein files pursuant to the Epstein Files Transparency Act, the question I keep asking is, could someone else have been prosecuted? I mean, that's one of the big questions, right? Is there evidence that Jeffrey Epstein was trafficking girls to other powerful men? Well, according to the Associated Press's review of the files, the FBI says no. And we looked into it too, and based on some of the files we found, it seems that's true, that the FBI says there's no evidence. That the FBI, they looked at the bank records, they looked at emails, they interviewed victims, they searched Epstein's properties, and there is no evidence that he trafficked girls to other people. Even though, by the way, he was brought up on sex trafficking of minors charges, and then Ghislaine Maxwell was subsequently charged and convicted in her own trial. She was convicted essentially of trafficking victims to just Jeffrey Epstein. She was sentenced to 20 years in prison, and we know that Epstein died before going to trial. But it's always been, it was just to him, that he wasn't farming out or lending out girls or women to other people. Now, according to this new article from the Associated Press, the FBI claims there was no videos, no photos from his places in New York, Florida, the Virgin Islands, Jeffrey Epstein's island, nothing depicting any other people abusing these girls, these victims. Here's actually a good way to describe it. There is this email to then Deputy Director of the FBI, Dan Bongino. The sender is redacted. We can't see that, but this is dated March 20th, 2025, and it states, the case agents and AUSAs, that's Assistant United States Attorneys, ensure that all videos and images from the case file and from Epstein's residences and devices were reviewed for evidence of a crime. Those reviews revealed no evidence from any of the searches we conducted or any of the files we reviewed that any videos or other images exist of any victims in this case being sexually abused. Nor did those reviews reveal any evidence that anyone other than Epstein and Maxwell participated in the sexual abuse of victims in this case. We are aware of the theory circulated in the media and online that Epstein video recorded the abuse of his victim, including by other men, but we have found no evidence to support that theory. Indeed, had we found such videos, we certainly would have used them as evidence in the criminal cases we investigated and prosecuted and would have pursued any leads they generated. We did not, however, locate any such videos. Below, please find more details about the video evidence gathered during this investigation. During the searches of Epstein's New York residence and USVI residence in 2019, United States Virgin Islands, the FBI searched for videos and surveillance cameras. My understanding from the case agent is that there were no cameras found inside any bedrooms or living areas of either residence. I understand that surveillance cameras were located near the entrances of the residences. I also understand that the surveillance systems only retain video for a limited period of days, and that the only recordings available were very recent surveillance from 2019 and would thus not have depicted anything relevant to our investigation, which focused on the 1990s and early 2000s. Accordingly, those surveillance videos were not seized because they were not responsive to the warrants allowing the FBI to seize only certain evidence from those premises. The FBI had no legal authority to seize recent surveillance videos from 2019 under the warrants issued by SDNY and USVI courts. During the searches of Epstein's residences in 2019, the FBI seized a large number of CDs, some hard copy photographs, and at least one videotape containing nude images of females, some of whom appeared to possibly be minors in their late teens. The case agents reviewed all of those images, and they were all made available to Maxwell's counsel for review and discovery. None of the images depicted sexual abuse, and none depicted any males with any of the nude females. Some of these images included nude photographs of victims who were the focus of Maxwell's trial, and we marked some of those photographs as sealed exhibits for trial. The victims are alone in these photos. Because those images contain sensitive photos of victims of sexual abuse, they have never been released publicly. As I referenced in my email to you this morning, the FBI and SDNY, Southern District of New York prosecutors, the FBI and the SDNY undertook a full review of all electronic devices seized from Epstein's residences and incident to his arrest in 2019. As part of that review, a team of FBI agents, FBI analysts, SDNY AUSAs, and SDNY paralegals divided up the review of over 1 million images and videos that FBI CART extracted from Epstein's devices. The reviewers all followed the same protocol for the review, which involved at least one member of the review team personally reviewing each image and video extracted from each device and determining whether the image or video was responsive to the search warrants in the case. In an effort to be as broad as possible, the protocol directed reviewers to identify as responsive, among other things, any image or video depicting any female who appeared to be under the age of 30. As a result of that review, any image or video on any of Epstein's devices depicting any potential victim was identified as responsive and saved. The case agent collected and maintained a copy of all images and videos identified responsive through this search. Attached, please find the index detailing how many images and videos were identified responsive to the warrants and what designation they received under the protective order in the Maxwell case. Note that materials designated highly confidential contained nudity. Please also note that this index does not include Epstein's iPhone and 6 iPads, which were reviewed on Cellbrite using the same protocol for videos and images described above. Although that review identified many images and videos that were responsive to the warrants in our criminal investigation, none depicted the sexual abuse of any victim, and none revealed any perpetrator or perpetrators of sexual abuse other than Epstein and Maxwell. The Palm Beach Police Department video recorded interviews of victims at the police station. Video recorded parts of their search of Epstein's Palm Beach residence and also seized a small number of videos from Epstein's Palm Beach residence. All of those videos were transferred to the FBI's custody, are part of the case file, and were reviewed by the AUSAs and case agents during our investigation. None of these videos depict the abuse of any victims or provide evidence suggesting anyone other than Epstein and Maxwell participated in the abuse of victims. SDNY introduced the video recording of the search of Epstein.
This is the perfect server. I like this server immediately more than the zombie server. I can sit here, I can alt-tab, nobody can fuck with me, nobody can kill me. Nobody can rob me. If I lock my boxes, they can't get in them. If I lock the base, they can't get in it, etc., etc. The blueprints are locked the first, like, 5 days of the wipe or something, which is kind of cool. I like that, actually. Or the first week, I guess. The first week is, like, BP locked, which is an interesting choice, and it brings challenge. You got to get out there and actually go get your BPs, which is cool. That guy gave me an AK, and I didn't really know how cool that was. I was like, thank you, thank you. Well. He has voted 5 times with vote under RP. Aura race will start in 3 minutes. There's an Aura race? 3 minutes. Well, yeah, I'm out here chopping Aura, I guess. Yeah. Get some sulfur and stuff. I love we can just clear now. No, I don't want to. Cool, leave. What? What is it? Is it a hover bike? I think it's a hover scooter. There's a hover scooter? Okay, I'm full. I guess I go back to the outpost. I love that though. I love this game. Stop wasting my time. I go down there by the guard. Russ, Mortal, and Eve.
Autopilot engaged.
I like it. I hate being out of beer. Oh well.
Warping to Stargate.
Palm Beach residents as an exhibit at trial. None of the videos identified above contained potential CSAM, child sexual abuse material. As noted above, there was no videos of any sexual abuse identified at any point in the investigation. There were, however, approximately a dozen photographs containing CSAM found on one of Epstein's devices. Those images were identified by the case agent as CSAM that Epstein obtained over the internet, not CSAM depicting any of Epstein's victims or produced by Epstein. A copy of those images was maintained by the case agent in the case file with the other images and videos seized and identified responsive during the review of Epstein's devices detailed above.
Stargate.
Okay. Here's another memo. Quote, in September 2019, FBI and SDNY met with victim, redacted. FBI and SDNY were able to verify that Maxwell recruited her and that she was being sexually abused by Epstein and Maxwell and that she recruited other minors. FBI and SDNY were not able to corroborate or verify her reports of being lent out to other men. Her statements regarding being directed to have sex with other men was inconsistent with statements made by other victims and witnesses, in particular her statements regarding being lent out to men with another victim. The other victim denied this occurring. Now, in the spirit of that, there is a July 10th, 2025 email titled, quote, response to director's call. So you wonder if this is FBI Director Kash Patel. And all the names are redacted, but it says, how many victims alleged other men or women abused them? Approximately 4 to 5 victims accused other adult men sexually abused them. There was not enough evidence to federally charge these individuals, so the cases were referred to local law enforcement. Approximately 4 to 5 victims accused other adult women to have taken part in sexual abuse, threesome with a minor, including Epstein's girlfriend, who was approximately 18 to 20 years of age at the time. The girlfriend was interviewed, proffered, but it was determined there was not enough evidence to charge. Now, who that girlfriend could be, I can speculate. I'm not going to say here, but let me go add this. There's a 2019 memo regarding co-conspirators or potential co-conspirators. Like, for example, French model scout Jean-Luc Brunel, who was accused of abusing women out in Europe, he died, by his own hand, by the way, while awaiting trial. Here's what the memo says. Jean-Luc Brunel, owner of MC Model Agency, SDNY, is currently in contact with his attorneys and a subpoena has been served. There is limited evidence regarding his involvement. What about Les Wexner? We've talked about him before, the retail guru behind Victoria's Secret, Abercrombie & Fitch. Apparently, Epstein managed his finances at one point. He's always come up as a known associate. Quote, Leslie Wexner resides in Ohio. SDNY is currently in contact with his attorneys and a subpoena has been served. There is limited evidence regarding his involvement. Now, all of this may be very surprising and shocking when you consider the breadth of accusers who have come forward against Epstein and, of course, Epstein's connections to the rich and the powerful, and especially when we consider how many emails there are where Epstein or Maxwell converse with these individuals. And let me tell you, some of them are incredibly disgusting and creepy communications. We've covered it here on Sidebar. There has been fallout. But it doesn't mean that if you knew him or talked with him or hung out with him, that you were necessarily involved in criminal activity or even knew about criminal activity, or that there could be a successful prosecution against you. There might not be enough evidence, but obviously this conclusion by the FBI is very surprising. Now, to be clear, as outlined by the AP, there was evidence that the feds were potentially building cases against alleged co-conspirators. The big issue is a lot of those allegations couldn't be verified. And that includes, and I'm not sure if that memo I read before was referring to the late Virginia Roberts Giuffre. It might have been, because despite claiming that Epstein had coordinated her to be engaged in sex acts with other men, including former Prince Andrew, the files show investigators thought there was a credibility issue, even though they believed she was a victim of Epstein himself. They cite a memo that said no other victim was described being expressly directed by either Maxwell or Epstein to engage in sexual activity with other men. According to the AP, when investigators looked at Epstein's bank records, there was no evidence either. For example, yeah, they found payments to all of these models, but there wasn't evidence that he was engaging in prostitution of girls or women to other men. And then we have the client list, right? This idea that circulated that Epstein kept this little black book of everyone he trafficked girls to, right? You look at the AP, they correctly note that this was confusing because Attorney General Pam Bondi told Fox News in February of 2025, when she just got into the position, that the client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now. But then it was only a few months later in July when the FBI and the DOJ issued a memo stating that after they reviewed all of the Epstein materials, this systematic review revealed no incriminating client list. And that is further amplified in a December 30th, 2024 communication. All the names are redacted, but the memo does address what's known as CACHTU. This is the FBI's Crimes Against Children and Human Trafficking Unit, okay? I'll just call it the unit. So it goes like this. This is the email. Quote, the deputy asked whether our investigation to date indicates the client list, often referred to in the media, does or does not exist. Here's the response. This CACHTU, this unit, spoke to the case agent and confirmed no client list existed. An address book was entered into evidence at trial, but it is not a client list as depicted in the media. The current status of the investigation into Epstein is concluded, and the case is pending inactive. Now, the address book being something that has been in the public for quite some time. This is Epstein's contact list. Again, to be clear, doesn't mean that those people were involved in criminal activity of any kind. But obviously, this is a big conclusion. This is a big development. This is something people have been waiting for. I want to talk about it a little bit more. Can we believe this? Is there something going on behind the scenes? Let's talk about it. Let me bring in former federal prosecutor Rena Paul. Rena, thank you so much for taking the time. Does this conclusion from the FBI based on these communications, does this surprise you that there's no evidence that anybody else had been abusing girls, that Epstein hadn't trafficked any of these victims to anybody else?
Well, I think we should start by talking about this as an investigation, right? And to understand what has come out, to think about it through the lens of an investigation by the government. And the disclosures by the government as conclusions rather than the raw evidentiary material. So we're starting there. So when you ask if it's surprising, I mean, I think we have to start with the question of what we are actually seeing.
Okay, and so based on what we're seeing in these releases, and based on what we're seeing in these internal communications and emails where they say, we can't find any photos or videos of women or girls being abused by anybody other than Maxwell and Epstein. There are those who say, how is that possible? Unless it was all rumors, unless, of course, Epstein never kept the cameras in those rooms, or he never had any evidence of anybody. He wouldn't record them. Let's just start there.
Yeah, so it seems from what I've reviewed that there's notes of there being sexually explicit material, or CSAM as they call it in the DOJ, right? So there is definitely digital evidence, it seems, from what has been reported. And in considering what that digital evidence can show, we have to think like an investigator again. So think about what may be on a hard drive, on a computer, on a phone, and what it would mean to prove whether a certain person engaged in a certain act, and whether or not that would be a recorded act, or it would just be the recording of an alleged victim that we would be seeing with no connection to anybody else.
No, of course. And as we said, there's a difference, right? He had apparently this material. It just wasn't of anybody in his homes or in general abusing these individuals. And there could have been a whole case built against him just by having this materials. But again, people would say, is it surprising that Epstein didn't maintain this kind of footage and documentary evidence against other people, unless, of course, no one else engaged in any of the abuse of these women or these girls? Because some people would say he was so rich, he was so powerful, why wouldn't he keep blackmail material, and wouldn't it have been in his possession, and wouldn't it have been accessed by federal prosecutors and authorities if they collected all this evidence from their home? I mean, to be clear, just to set it again, when they looked at all the material, their responsive requests were quite broad. They were looking basically for anything from anybody that was under 30. So I'm going to just assume that, taking that as true, if it was there, they would have found it, and it would have been a part of the criminal cases, or it would have been part of this production release. So now we have to say, maybe Epstein never kept this. And if that's the case, somebody as rich and powerful as him, with his kind of connections, allegations that he had ties to other countries, what have you, I guess he's not the blackmailer that people thought?
Autopilot.
Well, it's impossible for us to know, right? We're all speculating on what we're seeing that is released. But in thinking again like an investigator, which is when I'm looking at materials, large volumes of materials, and as someone who has done sex crimes investigations and routinely works on large investigations, you got to think about where evidence would lie. And we are, we're basing what we're talking about on the reporting of what's been reported in media, what's been reported by the DOJ, and that is limited to what has been found, right, or reported to have been found. So where would evidence be stored if you were keeping it as someone who didn't want it to be found? Perhaps there are other places where it could be found and it just wasn't found.
What about the fact that the financial records don't detail any evidence of him engaging in some sort of sex trafficking ring? I even mentioned there was payments to models, but they couldn't be proven that he was soliciting them for prostitution to men. The financial records can sometimes tell a lot of a case. Apparently not here.
Yeah, in many cases they can. It is not my understanding, though I think you're probably well more briefed on the Maxwell case than me, but that during that case, money transactions form the basis of that evidence. Rather, I think that was more of a grooming and recruitment theory, right? And so the question of financial records would really come more into play if there was money that was being exchanged. That's first. And second is, well, what are we talking about when we're talking about financial records again? Thinking like an investigator, we have to think about what a financial record could show us. So just because there's a transaction doesn't necessarily show us what we're looking to find, right? So you have to make sense of what the payments are for. And financial records, we also have to think about what the universe of financial records could be. Are we talking about bank records? Are we talking about crypto records? Are we talking about, what kind of currency and what kind of finances are we talking about? Are we talking about cash? And which would be more traceable and investigatable as a government agency?
And that's fair. And when it came to Maxwell, it was about the idea, right? They would bring these girls in and then they would have them recruit other girls. And that was kind of the network that was being built up. From a prosecutorial point of view, from a legal point of view, somebody's looking at this and saying, wait a minute, I'm looking at these filings and they're identifying certain people or they're redacting certain other people. And they say, there's not enough evidence to charge this person, or limited evidence regarding involvement. What does that mean? So for a layperson, what does that mean? Because some people say, okay, but there's something. Shouldn't they go out and look for more? Shouldn't they begin more thorough investigations? It's not like they're saying they're completely exonerated. It's just we don't have enough to charge, or we don't have enough there that they were involved. What does that mean?
When you're talking about an investigation, you have to do an investigation by a standard. So in the criminal system, that standard is beyond a reasonable doubt. That's a very high standard. So conducting an investigation in the criminal sector means, can I find evidence that certain person committed certain crime. And that's a very high standard. Not enough evidence doesn't mean no evidence. It just means that the person who is reviewing the evidence has made the decision that that evidence does not support a specific charge, that they were seeking to charge a specific person.
By the way, why, if you have alleged victims say, hey, I was lent out to other men, I was trafficked, why is that not enough? When they say there's maybe issues in the credibility, they couldn't find corroborating evidence, explain to me how that works in terms of investigating claims like that.
Yeah, so it certainly is enough for an alleged victim to say what happened to them. That is a very important piece of evidence when we talk about investigating sex trafficking or sexual cases. And often, as we all know, sexual assault cases occur in a place where there are two people that are in the place, the person who is the alleged victim and the person who is the alleged perpetrator. And so the words of that alleged victim are always important, not the least of which is a question about consent, coercion, what they experienced. All of that is critical, particularly if a trafficking case involves, as we saw that it did in the Diddy case, an element of coercion, right? So you need the person who was experiencing it to explain that and what they were experiencing. But that testimony alone can definitely be enough depending on what we're talking about. But we also have to talk about the corroboration of what someone says. So as an investigator, when you are building a case around two people saying different things, you look to evidence that could corroborate one or the other side of what they're saying, and trying to find out if there's certain circumstantial evidence, as they would say, and as opposed to direct evidence, which is the person saying the thing, of what to corroborate what the person is saying.
And it's complicated when it said in one of the memos, no other victim has described being expressly directed by either Maxwell or Epstein to engage in sexual activity with other men. That stood out to me. I mean, what was your take on that?
These are summaries and not the underlying case file. So what we are all left to make conclusions off of summaries rather than, there's a rule in the law called the best evidence rule, when you want to look at the original thing. So we're not looking at the original evidence. We're looking at the summary of somebody saying what the evidence is and what they are interpreting that evidence to be. So because they're conclusions, that's one aspect. The other piece is that by definition from the reporting, there's material that's not included. Well, we know there's redactions, right? And there's material that is not being produced, the CSAM material, for example. So we're being asked to interpret an incomplete record here, and it's hard to make conclusions based on that.
I'm going to put you in a very difficult position, but I have to ask it because everybody's going to wonder. They're going to say, oh, this is a cover-up. They're going to say that I can't believe these memos. I can't believe these communications. They make the argument. Maybe the people who wrote them knew that it would be produced one day, so they were creating a record to say, hey, there's nothing here. There's nothing here. Can we believe that these memos, these communications, these case summaries are accurate?
I don't have an answer. I think
that's an answer in and of itself. The fact that you can't say, of course, Jesse, of course they're accurate. Of course it would be. What's your reservation?
I mean, I think we are all speculating around information that is being received from various sources, right? So we're all drawing conclusions about incidents that happened that none of us looked into directly and we're not seeing the totality of the evidence of. So it's really hard to say.
Here's the thing, though.
Conclusions we can draw.
For those materials that were not turned over in the Epstein release, right, that were part of an exception, they would jeopardize an active investigation. It would endanger national security, things that were not part of these millions of pages of documents that came out. That still was reviewed by federal authorities. Would I be wrong in saying they came to that conclusion, assuming it's all accurate, they came to that conclusion by looking at all that material that even wasn't part of the public release, right? There's not like somebody could say, well, they're making a conclusion based on not everything. I mean, what about the stuff that would endanger national security?
Okay, at this point, they're boring, man. Moving on.
We're going to be here till that mission's accomplished, as I said, and better get used to us now because this is going to be normal very soon.
This is going to be normal. This is going to be normal pretty soon. You better watch out for me. I got a horse.
Welcome to another episode of This Fucking Guy, the series where we pick one guy who is making America worse and explore why they suck. I'm Erin Ryan, host of Crooked Media's Hysteria podcast.
And I'm Alyssa Mastromonaco, the other host of Crooked Media's Hysteria podcast.
You asked, we answered, folks. Today's subject is Greg Bovino, a man who is doing the difficult job of representing the Lollipop Guild while also being the preening, absurd public face of ICE's disastrously inept operations.
Bovino has put himself front and center of an organization that has positioned itself as the Army Green Berets of armed and untrained losers. We're going to make a lot of fun of how dumb-looking he is today because there's such a difference between how he thinks he's coming across like a strong and tough guy from an action movie and how he's actually coming across like a puny little dork who couldn't strategize his way out of a wet paper bag.
Donald Trump is obsessed with looks. He is pathologically preoccupied with optics. The entire aim of ICE is to create photo opportunities. And in that context, how Greg Bovino, the face of immigration enforcement, looks or doesn't look matters. Before we dive into who Greg Bovino is, let's start with what he's not. He was calling himself Border Patrol's Commander-at-Large from October 2025 to January 2026. But that's a made-up job title that Kristi Noem gave him in an op-ed. It doesn't exist in the structure of Border Patrol, which is itself a component of Customs and Border Protection. It is, however, the first time Greg Bovino has had the word large used to describe him.
And probably the last.
A New York Times piece from 2025 referred to Greg Bovino as the tactical commander in charge of immigration enforcement actions, specifically in Los Angeles. While this may be an accurate description, it's still not his actual job title. The X account that he's currently locked out of has Bovino referring to himself clunkily as Commander Op-at-Large CA, whatever that means.
CA.
Greg Bovino is not the border czar. That's Tom Homan, the guy who looks like Shrek had a baby with a human thumb. He's not the acting head of ICE either. That's Todd Lyons, who is himself facing some legal heat for ignoring the law and
why do they all look so freaky?
Judge's orders. He's not
the dark side twists people's faces. Republicans, their faces are so twisted and weird.
Head of the Department of Homeland Security. That's blank-eyed, dog-killing, alleged homewrecker Kristi Noem. Bovino is not Senate confirmed. He's not a cabinet secretary. His technical job title is boringly sector chief.
The banality of evil. One of Bovino's former colleagues described him to reporters as a little Napoleon and the Liberace of the Border Patrol. Those aren't official titles either, but they are fun.
Liberace would not like that.
Before he was so far above the Constitution that he was also behind the candelabra, this fucking guy was just a kid growing up in Blowing Rock, North Carolina. Gregory Kent Bovino was born March 27th, 1970. His mother, Betty, came from a long line of North Carolinians, but not his father.
Nope. Greg Bovino's grandpa on his dad's side was an immigrant.
An immigrant?
Oh.
An immigrant. The Chicago Sun-Times, in cooperation with WBEZ, found that Greg's grandpa on his dad's side, like a lot of senior citizens' grandpas, came to the U.S. from Italy. His great-grandpa preceded his family to the U.S., leaving his wife and kids back in Calabria while he worked in the mines in Pennsylvania. That was in 1909. But that all changed in 1924. You see, at the time, America was into eugenics, like really into eugenics. And fear of bloodline sullying was used as justification to enact quotas on immigration from the swarthier parts of Europe, Eastern Europe, Southern Europe, Italy. And around that time, Michele Bovino, who became Michael when he arrived stateside, declared an intention to become a U.S. citizen and then used that status to bring his wife and 4 children from Italy to the States. Bovino's grandpa was one of those children. He was 12 years old.
Chain migration? Chain migration!
Like many men who turn out to be pieces of shit, Greg Bovino's dad, Mike, was a piece of shit. His drinking vexed Betty and often led to fights. Mike's affinity for the sauce led to him getting a DUI in the mid-1970s. On the night of June 5th, 1981, when Greg would have been 11 years old, Bovino's father, Mike, went over to a friend's house and drank. He drank a lot. He later told a newspaper that he'd had maybe 2, maybe 3, 6 packs of beer before getting behind the wheel shortly after midnight.
I'm sorry, 12 to 18 bears.
How does your stomach even fit that much beer in it?
It's so much beer.
It's so much beer. Around the same time Mike was drunk driving down a mountain, a 26-year-old woman named Jane Mae Mitchell and her husband were heading up the same road, looking for some late-night donuts. Mike Bovino crossed the center line in his truck and hit the couple's car head on. Jane was killed instantly, and her husband was seriously injured.
Oh, he killed
Bovino
somebody.
pled guilty and was sentenced to 18 months in prison, but he only ended up serving 4.
Wait,
This
he
is where
went to
Greg started
4
learning
months?
some bad lessons, or maybe no lessons at all. Killing a woman and serving a sentence akin to something like drug possession.
Indeed.
What?
After the drunk driving crash, things went south for Mike Bovino. Jane Mitchell's husband sued him. Mike didn't have insurance due to his recent DUI. And Mike had to sell the bar he owned to pay for the lawsuit. Then Betty divorced him and won custody of their 3 children. Then Mike fucked off to New Mexico with a pool table, a lawnmower, and a handful of other divorced guy essentials. One thing we can say about Mike Bovino, in a newspaper article from when he was in jail, he expressed remorse for recklessly killing a woman, which is more than we can say for his son. Another significant moment in Greg's development happened when he was 11 years old. A film called The Border was released. Later in life, Bovino would claim that he was so distressed by the fact that Border Patrol agents were the bad guys in the Harvey Keitel, Jack Nicholson film that he felt called to join Border Patrol and be a good guy.
How'd that work out?
As a high schooler, Bovino was on the wrestling team. People who knew him told reporters that he was a friendly guy, albeit not that great of a wrestler. He won Most Improved one year, despite having what one article described as a terrible season.
Young Greg Bovino was also a bit of a snake boy. He was fascinated by them and knew where to find them in the mountains.
But alas,
Nothing
that
wrong
snake
with
boy
that.
would not grow
It's
into
a
America's
parcel mouth,
version
though.
of the crocodile hunter. Bovino graduated with a degree in natural resource conservation from Western North Carolina University, then got his master's from Appalachian State University, became a cop, and then quickly shifted over to working for the Border Patrol in 1996.
His first assignment was in El Centro, California, which is inland from San Diego.
In 2010, Bovino was assigned to the station in Blythe, California. But while there, Bovino had the brilliant idea to raid the airport and bus stations in Las Vegas.
The operation was supposed to last 3 days, but only ended up lasting an hour. While agents did end up arresting a few dozen people, they made the dire mistake of pissing off then Nevada Senator Harry Reid. Forget what we know about Reid as Senate Majority Leader. As chair of the Nevada Gaming Commission, that man so famously confronted mobster Frank Lefty Rosenthal that it was recreated as a scene in the Scorsese movie Casino.
Yes, note to self, do not fuck with 2010 Harry Reid.
Nope.
In 2020, at the end of Trump's first term, Bovino was promoted to chief of El Centro Border Patrol Station. Compared to other stations like El Paso, El Centro is the border on easy mode.
The New York Times described the 70-mile chunk of land under Bovino's watch as one of the least busy stretches of the southern border. In other words, other Border Patrol chiefs had harder jobs than he did. Bovino, of course, talks about it like he's at the Harvard of the Border Patrol assignments, but it's actually more like the University of Phoenix.
You might say that Bovino's rise in Trump world was inevitable. He possesses the perfect combination of traits to make him the perfect errand boy for Trump's agenda. He's terminally online. He's small, and he wants to be big. He's a natural submissive who likes to pretend he's a dom, including dressing up in a dom costume. And he wants to be a star.
With his new role as a Border Patrol Station Chief, stardom was closer than ever. With the dyspeptic face of Don Knotts' Wario, the castrato voice of Pee Wee Herman on creatine, and the haircut of a mean old lesbian, Greg Bovino was ready for his close-up.
In 2021, he had a camera crew film him leaping into the All-American Canal, an aqueduct in Southern California frequently crossed by migrants, in order to show that swimming across it is hard.
I'm not sure that this video demonstrates what it's supposed to demonstrate. Why jump in at all? Why not throw a mannequin in and show what happens?
It demonstrates that Greg Bovino wants people to think he's tough. Bovino was inspired by watching the movie to become a Border Patrol agent, so it follows that the way he moves through the world resembles a guy who thinks he's in a movie but has never been on a film set. Well, he has an IMDb page of his own, like Don Rumsfeld and Michael Avenatti, LOL. The closest Greg has gotten to actually making it in pictures was in 2015, when he was given special thanks by the filmmaker behind a movie called La Migra. Based on the available teaser, the film looks a bit like if Sicario 2 were made by Tommy Wiseau.
What's that now, Diego? 12. I couldn't have done it without my good luck charm.
U.S. Border Patrol.
Dispatch to Agent Diego Chavez.
Yes. She's got it going on.
For smuggling bundles. He thinks everyone's smuggling.
He does. He does think everyone's smuggling bundles.
Smuggling bundles.
It's 5 minutes long and it doesn't make sense.
During the 2020s, Bovino, like so many other emotionally unwell Americans, was sucked into the world of excessive posting. Sometimes that got him in trouble.
Like the time in 2023 when Bovino was forced to take a tweet down because it was deemed too political. The fracas around Bovino's social media activity made it to Fox News.
Border protection isn't just control, it's protection.
He twatted. That's the past tense of tweet.
An innocent life was taken by a drunk driver who was found to be in the U.S. illegally.
That's right, folks.
He twatted.
Immigrants are in this country getting drunk and killing people with their cars. Back in Greg Bovino's day, those jobs went to hardworking Americans, like his dad.
Just step away from the hashtags, bro. We're not going to mince words here. Greg Bovino is short, and he feels bad about it.
In fact, Bovino suffers from one of the worst cases of little man syndrome we've ever seen.
Little man syndrome symptoms include only being able to get it up for violence, beating up on smaller and weaker people, being like way too into guns, and driving a big truck. Erin, did you know that some little men are actually of average height?
I once knew a tall guy with little man syndrome.
Oh.
Yeah, it turns out he had a small penis. The only treatment for little man syndrome is an ancient remedy called get over yourself. Unfortunately, that's not possible for many sufferers, including Gregito Bovino, a man who will always be small and will always have a voice that sounds like that.
Gregito?
Yes, in Spanish, if you put ito at the end of something, it means little. Little Greg.
Let's settle this now. How small is Greg Bovino?
¿Qué tan pequeño es Gregito? That's a great question. Sources indicate itty-bitty. Most of us have probably seen the footage of lawyer and activist Rachel Cohen heckling Bovino outside of a grocery store and pointing out that he appears to be several inches shorter than she is.
Hey fam, I was in Minneapolis and look, we just stumbled upon Greg Bovino at a fucking speedway for a pre-Hague photo shoot. So, good for him, I guess. For those following along at home, I have nothing against short men, but I do just have to report back there is about a 4-inch height difference. Do you want to get closer? There's so many short men in the world who do not deal with their anger by separating families.
There's also the fact that the Sun-Times WBEZ
God, I
profile we
love
keep
her.
referencing is teeming with subtle jokes about how he's a wee man. When discussing his time on his high school wrestling team, they point out that he was hardly the biggest guy.
The piece also shares an anecdote about Bovino's little wall. As a sector chief for the Border Patrol, the area under his jurisdiction was one of the small portions of the border where President Trump's wall had actually been built.
The wall that Mexico was going to pay for but didn't.
Yeah, that one. But Bovino built a second wall parallel to the first wall. This one was shorter in height and only 0.15 miles long. It's a metaphor.
And then there are the memes.
I'd say I feel bad for him. What's the saying about living by the sword and dying by the sword? This dude deserves to be bullied so hard that his daddy feels it.
The next thing that makes Greg a perfect MAGA bootlicker, how much he loves posting and lives on the dopamine shot of online approval. In the 2020s, Greg posted and posted. The harder he posted, the more his profile rose in the web-sick world of MAGA. This despite the fact that he tweets like a fucking moron.
Which is an asset in the MAGA world, where the platonic ideal of communication is to sound like a paunchy wraparound shades guy calling actresses fat from his truck. Let's take a quick journey through the carnival of illiteracy that is Greg Bovino's social media footprint. Here are some weird tweet replies Gregito sent to Chicago Tribune journalist Gregory Royal Pratt as Gregory Royal Pratt was reporting on the Bovino-led chaos inflicted across Chicago in late 2025. Now, as you can see here, Alyssa, in response to this reporter, he said,
Now, Gregory, there you go again.
with 3 exclamation points. And in the final sentence, he uses the improper form of to. And he uses 4 laugh cry emojis.
So many emojis.
Okay, in this one, he uses a sentence that makes no sense.
Quite the condition to be devoted to.
No period. Huh?
Okay.
Is that a saying? Or my favorite, and yet another response to this poor reporter, whom he seems to be a bit obsessed with. Truth sting a bit there, sir. Truth sting a bit?
Such a short sentence to have no structure.
And if you're wondering if, in addition to sending cunty misspelled bon mots to journalists while drawing a publicly funded salary, Greg Bovino falls for obvious parody accounts, the answer is yes. Here's a time when Bovino thought that a satirical newspaper story about Ted Nugent pledging money to feed ICE agents in Minneapolis was real. The community note appears just above his credulous reply. Yikes.
On July 12, 2023, Bovino, about as high on his own supply as Tony Montana at this point, sat for a closed-door hearing with House committee members.
Shortly thereafter, he was moved from the little Keebler elf tree he'd been assigned to in California to a SAD office in D.C. Bovino said that right after the congressional hearing during which he was critical of the Biden administration's approach to border security, he was told that he was being relieved of his duties at Border Patrol and pressured to retire.
Republican congressmen lost their goddamn minds over this, claiming that Bovino was demoted for telling the truth about what was really going on at the border. CBP officials above Bovino's pay grade countered that, actually. Bovino's transfer was a routine HR thing that had been in progress before his testimony, so there was no way it could have been due to what he'd said before the committee.
Plus, there's no evidence that Bovino was ever actually demoted from a purely HR perspective. He was transferred to a different job and kept the same rank in the hierarchy that he'd had before.
Greg Bovino lies a lot.
But if he had been demoted in an official sense, he probably would have deserved it. Greg Bovino acted like a performative fool online. In a more innocent time, if anybody else high-ranking in government acted like Bovino acted on social media, they would be rightfully reprimanded.
But MAGA never lets the truth get in the way of a good conservative victimhood narrative. Ignore the inconvenient facts. Of course, if Bovino was transferred, it had to be because the libs were punishing his bravery, not because Bovino had a user pic of himself posed next to an M4 automatic rifle. What the Biden administration should have done was shit-can him for being such an unserious cornball, but instead, they restored him to his position in El Centro that fall.
And that only fed the narrative that Bovino had been unjustly disciplined and that the Biden administration had bowed to political pressure from the right.
Outside of only the most pathetically online of Republicans, your Senator Mike Lee's and J.D. Vance's, for example, by the beginning of 2025, Greg Bovino was still a relatively obscure figure to most Americans. That was about to change.
On January 7th, the day after Donald Trump's second election was certified by Congress, Bovino sent several dozen ICE agents up to Bakersfield, 229 miles from the Mexico border, to launch a series of immigration raids inspired by Greg Bovino's pathological desire to be a character in a movie. Border Patrol hit places like Home Depot parking lots, farm roads, and gas stations, eventually crowing about arresting 78 people in what they called Operation Return to Sender. ICE didn't release much information about the raid, why they were doing it, or who they were targeting. But Greg Bovino, like a lot of 53-year-old guys whose dads didn't love them, posted a lot about it to Facebook.
I'm going to read from a report on the raid by Cal Matters. Quote, most
This
of the
is such a
official
good
information
server.
about the raid.
So when the cargo ship lands, like half the monuments are PvP, just full blown PvP, like Sulfur Quarry, giant excavator pit, launch site. They're all PvP, but some of them aren't. So you can get a start near like a harbor or